and very real.
Mm.
And there are a lot of moving parts here. How about just the other moving part of money laundering from trafficking? That is a
Yeah.
very big issue. It could be between $1 and $2 trillion a year. That is a very, very big amount.
Yeah, no, when the Taliban they shut down heroin production by 95%, and even the Russians are giving credit for that, right? But what's happened is they moved all the heroin production to Iraq, and that's why they have American soldiers in Iraq to keep the heroin business
Oh
going.
my gosh, I
And
didn't
then
know that.
and the other thing, I've been talking to the cartels, right? And they're telling me that their poppy production is being attacked because the Rockefellers want to sell fentanyl instead. So there's even among the
There's a
drug lords.
narco war. It's a global war for narco.
But I
I
tell you
get it.
something, and I got to give this credit to the Mexican narcos. They've said that they no longer produce adrenochrome. They won't deal with that. So they're not torturing children to extract adrenochrome and sell it to the ultra rich anymore. And
Wow.
that's so now I'm hearing that they're actually uh, taking blood from newborns in hospitals, just draining a little bit of blood without the parents knowing to keep themselves going. It's this crazy stuff that needs to come out, and these people need to go to jail for that. I mean, mass murdering children and torturing them to harvest that's the sort of thing they actually do. It's proven, and these people,
We need
they
to
need to be,
act on this.
yeah,
It's evidence, Ben, that the elites are somewhat vampires.
yeah. And and I saw King Charles make his speech where he's saying, we're going to support the Ukraine. And they have the Ukrainian government saying 60,000 children are missing. And the Russian government and Polish government saying they're killing all these Ukrainian men and selling their organs. And why is Charles supporting that? Well, I saw this Netflix series on the royal family. Right now, they're going to do a big part about Diana, and uh, I was reading in the New York, propaganda magazine or newspaper that she just died by an accident. She wasn't murdered. So clearly, they're blackmailing him about Diana. And what I've heard is that the higher level British intelligence types are going to get rid of him, and that might cause
Well,
change.
he's a pretty good double. I've got a side-by-side collection of
Mm.
about 25 characters, and here's one of my newer entries, and I would call that a good 80% match. But you got to be over 95. If you have a picture of you, Ben, versus another picture 4 weeks ago and a different mood, you're going to get about a 94, 95, 96% match. That's as high as you're going to get. This new King Charles, I regard that, and I might be off. Maybe you could help me with this. I believe the new King Charles came in because the old Charles was gone, and they needed to sign the papers for the British royal assets.
They're definitely. I told British intelligence too. Look, if you want to confirm that they've put in a double for Charles, is to ask his actual children if that's him or not. And but there is there are people behind the scenes who are aware of this in the British establishment, and I'm hoping they're going to take more action. But yeah, I mean, right now we're seeing so many doubles and fakes. We have a fake Pope now, and we have fake King Charles. We have
Fake
wow,
Biden.
of course, fake Biden. It's hard to know if they're
We might have a fake MBS Mohammed bin Salman. That could be a fake.
Oh yeah, no, he was killed after he, arrested many of his cousins and other members of the royal family.
Half brothers.
Yeah, he was killed, and that's an actor. That's for sure. So that's another one. So having these people, putting in doubles and controlling them, is a real problem because we don't see the real leaders, and that's the whole point. They try to hide behind these doubles, and I've encountered this personally. There was three people I used to deal with a lot. For example, there's a a science reporter by the name of Jane Burgermeister, who found out that they were going to put uh, bird flu in vaccines. A company called Baxter, and she blew the whistle, and she was starting court cases. And then I got contacted by her friend saying she'd been killed. And then someone appeared online pretending to be her. And when I tried to talk to this person, it obviously wasn't the same person. The same with Neil Keenan. He was the head of CIA in Eastern Europe.
Okay,
He had a son in Bulgaria.
Yep.
And I got a call saying he'd been killed. And then this guy started appearing online saying, I'm Neil Keenan. Only when I talked to him on Skype, he didn't even know he had a son in Bulgaria. So,
it's usually the family, in particular the wife, that gives it away.
Yeah, the same with
but it's also things like college buddies. And I hope, I was joking to a good friend of mine 2 days ago. I said, I sure hope I don't answer the door someday and see Jim Willie on the other side.
Yeah, that would be that would be very bad.
Very disconcerting. But here's one little hint for me, Ben. One eye is lower than the other. Okay. For me. Every time I buy sunglasses, I gotta bend the sunglasses so they fit, and then they're fine. And then they don't. Then the sunglasses don't sit on the table right because they're a little askew. To me, it's a sign of the times of deception. The Bible talks about extreme deception in the end times of tribulation, but it's more than that. What it means is the name is bigger than the person.
Yeah.
I mean, they're sustaining Hillary. We might have 5 versions of Hillary. I don't know if you follow U.S. Senate figures, but in my old state, Pennsylvania, we're now on the 3rd version of Senator Fetterman.
Yeah,
and he was on the Colbert nightly show, and he actually said we've got a shortage of intelligent senators when he replaced the one who couldn't put 2 words together.
Right.
Fetterman.
Yeah,
Uncle Fester, by the way.
Okay, and we had, I think, we're on our 7th Nancy Pelosi before they finally pulled the plug on that show. But the thing is, I talk to Japanese diplomats and other high-level people and try to have an analog, source of information. And I know that there is still a Hillary Clinton alive, and she's a lot older and fatter than the one you're seeing on TV, but she's still there. She hasn't been arrested for murdering those girls. And same with Bill Gates. There's still a real Bill Gates out there. They put doubles on TV and stuff, but they actually have the real ones still around, and they shouldn't be. They should be in jail for murder or mass murder.
Hillary is close to 80 years old now. She was 73 at the debate where she got replaced.
Right.
Okay. Remember Trump? Okay, it was the October 2016 CNN debate, and about 2 days later, Trump actually said the woman with whom I debated. He said he didn't call her Hillary. Okay, that Hillary, the real Hillary, I've got the before and after. I got a big collection of. I don't have a Ben Fulford before and after, but I hope I don't ever have to do that. But I call it the hag versus the new makeover.
Right.
And there's easily a 35-year difference on that. The old one is an actual hag.
Yeah.
I mean, bags under the eyes, double jowls, and she looks the part. She must be 80 by now.
By the way,
I just saw a new picture in Abu Dhabi of Hillary, and she's got like an earring on a part of her jowl that accidentally fell off.
Right.
Why don't they expose them in public? Why don't they have someone walk up to them remember Muhammad Ali grabbed the toupee of Howard Cosell and started running around on stage? We need to do things like that.
Yeah, we do.
We need a Muhammad Ali to do that.
Well,
someone who's bold enough.
You remember that Biden was meeting the British Prime Minister Cameron, right? And they're in front of the press, and the Biden said, I used to be on this TV show called whatever, and Cameron says, who are you? And
who the bloody hell are you? Who the bloody hell are you? That was his quote. And his name was Arthur Roberts. Yeah. Arthur Roberts, a B movie.
Yeah,
I was all over that story. That was a year and a half ago. That was a beautiful. Who the bloody hell are you? That
yeah,
was. I think it was
yeah,
Boris Johnson, though. I'm not
yeah.
sure. I think it was Boris. Anyway, we need to unmask. I love that word. We need to unmask these masked people.
Yeah, and
A-
somebody's gonna need to grab the
Is that
Pope's
part of
rubber
the
mask.
plan? Do you think?
Hmm?
Are they going to do that? Are they going to rip the mask off Biden? They're going to rip the mask off Hillary? I mean, there are many more that are running around with a mask, and we might even have a good guy with a mask on named Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean, what I heard, okay, getting on to the subject of Elon Musk, the P3 Freemasons. These are people who put on black masks to cover their faces, and they give the orders to the Vatican and to the mafia. They told me, look, we're all in our 80s, and we're handing over to Musk, right? So he's a faction in these secret elites that I think are relatively good, although the problem with Musk is that he's pushing electric cars, and electric cars are a lousy technology. Here in Japan, and a sign that something has happened fundamentally, Toyota has announced a whole line of hydrogen cars because that's
Excellent.
technology that's going to completely,
Going to
upend the
blow
entire
away
automotive world.
electric vehicles.
And I
They
think
can't
China.
sustain themselves. Go
Mm,
ahead.
yeah, no, I was given an invoice. I was shown an invoice for an electric car that would run 70,000 miles, and it cost $50,000, but to replace the batteries after 70,000 miles would cost $30,000. It's ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
And the
Unbelievable.
Chinese went all into this battery technology. They're completely switched over their automotive system to that.
Dead end.
But it's hydrogen, and the Japanese have
Right.
started producing the hydrogen, and that's going to change everything. So
It's going to
something
be
is happening.
a new global leadership position for Toyota. Here we go again. Okay, you know the old argument. You need 500 tons of ore in order to produce one lithium battery. I mean, this is absurd.
Yeah.
Absolutely absurd. It's a dead end.
Mm. But
I've
in
been
any
talking
case,
about hydrogen cars, Ben, for 2 years, and I think I got it right.
yeah. Well, we'll see. But something is happening. But again, what we're dealing with are these hidden controllers like the P3, who they murder these actors and they give them orders, and we have to expose those people. And I've been trying to do that. So, the forensic trail, whenever I actually meet these type of people, it always goes back to Switzerland. It goes to the area around Lake Geneva, where you have the WHO is headquartered there, the UN stuff is headquartered there, the Bank for International Settlements is nearby there. It's these people hang out around Lake Geneva, and that's where we need to take action. And I've heard the Swiss are on the case, but it's like when you're fighting an octopus, you wrestle with the arm, but you need to go for the head, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to find who the controllers are who are putting these actors on our screens and giving us this fake show. But I think we're almost there.
I think we're almost there. And what I heard from it was one of my colleagues, and I called him the voice because it was so influential and knowledgeable. It was 10 years ago. We parted ways. He's got all kinds of non-disclosure agreements. But he told me in 2012 and 13, Ben,
Mm-hmm.
that the White Hats are going after the middle level cabal. And he told me in 2017, they've eradicated 80% of the middle level cabal. So they've left the cabal with a bunch of heads and a bunch of foot soldiers. And they cannot get everything done. So I think what they're doing is they're working their way up. If you want to make this a military analogy, they got rid of all the lieutenants, all the sergeants, all the captains, and now we're dealing with the majors, colonels, and generals. And we're
Yeah,
working our way to the top, finding the head, and that's what we need to cut off and unmask.
I was told by the military something similar, is that when you're attacking an enemy, first you find their front positions, their scouts, and then you just work your way up until you finally get to the headquarters. And they're doing it in
But
a
also the
military.
munition, the ammunition, the depots, you get them too.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this will happen soon, but uh, I don't know if, like, if it's going to be the Donald Trump supposedly in Mount Cheyenne, or I personally, I like what I see with Colonel Douglas McGregor. Have you been following his work?
Oh, absolutely. I've been told that he will be in charge of the highest level tribunals of U.S. military generals and admirals. I mean,
Well,
that would be an unprecedented event. And I give him a lot of courage. I mean, a lot of praise for his courage. I think he has to operate in a hidden manner because he's got to be a target.
yeah,
Um, but he could be a very influential person. And I'm just going to throw something out there. He might end up being like the caretaker president from the military side for
yeah.
a
Well, that's
period
what
of time.
the militaries tell me. Look, military are not good at running governments. That's what they've learned. But what I've told them is, the military, what they can do is they can go in, they can clean up all the criminals, arrest all the, and restore democracy and rules law, and give control of the money back to the people, and then they can go back to their barracks, and that's what they
Will
need to.
also be in charge of the voting. Be in
Yeah,
charge
and
of voting.
yeah, look, democracy works if people have accurate information and their votes are actually counted. Right now, it's all electronic fakery. It's nothing to do with the people, and that has to end.
I call it ambassador. He got an endorsement from Ambassador Dominion. We need to cut Dominion, get him out of the room. Ambassador Dominion. Have you seen the logo on Dominion?
No.
It shows kind of an S, and on the top it's red, and on the bottom it's blue, and then it says, "We change the way you vote."
Yeah, well, that's
That's very clever.
it was
It's kind of like
Savin.
a hold up,
Yeah,
holding things up so you can get progress, or hold up for a robbery. Okay, okay. The U.S. languages, I mean, English language is very versatile. Um, I like the military not to run things. I like it to conduct tribunals and to run the elections, and maybe get in there and do some forensic financial analyses,
yeah,
like where's the money laundering, that sort of thing.
yeah. And speaking about forensic financial analysis, for close to 20 years, I've been told about these giant caves full of gold in Indonesia and in Asia and stuff. And I've gone to these countries to look for it, and I think it's all BS. Because you see, when they ask people what backs your dollars, they say, "Well, we have these giant gold caves." I've asked them to a simple test: take a recent vintage newspaper and take a photograph with it in front of the gold. They can't do that. And
Yeah.
I talked to for example, a Japanese retired head of a major financial institution. He spent 20 years of his retirement using old Japanese military maps to look for gold that was supposedly in the Philippines. And in
20
those 20
years
years, with the actual Japanese military gold maps, the total he found was like 1 ton, not these thousands of tons they talk about. And, uh, in Indonesia too, you keep hearing about it, but nobody can provide the proof. I think it's a BS story that they
a
pulled out
myth.
when they asked people what's backing your dollars. And I just haven't been able
Well,
to confirm this gold exists.
I've heard that Trump has recovered a cup. I call them troves. If they're giant, I call them a trove. I heard Trump has recovered two or three troves and Fort Knox. He wrestled it back. There was some, battling between, troops guarding whatever. I've heard Marcos has a tremendous amount. There might be 5 different mountain vaults.
Yeah, you
But
keep
if
hearing
you
it,
can't,
but again,
I know, but I know, but I've seen some paperwork too, Ben. But I'd like to see pictures. I was curious about, are there any pictures of the big tunnel between Istanbul and Jerusalem? There was supposedly 100 miles chest high of gold valued at $250,000,000. I think, well, that's all very nice. It sounds very nice, but
yeah,
much more real is the
well,
750 plane loads, Hercules plane loads, that were vacated out of the Vatican. And I think it went to Greenland.
I did see lots of pictures of um, mummified popes covered in jewelry and stuff that were taken out of the Vatican. That's for sure. But but the point is this: that um, okay, if there's no gold, there's no gold. We don't need it necessarily. It just has to be something that really exists. It can be grain, it can be oil, it can be, silver. And we need to get an inventory, of the real world, and then, you know, lock the financial system into that. Because all these years, I've heard all these stories about these giant treasures, and I haven't seen any proof. And I've been looking. I've flown, and checked and talked to these people, and they just can't prove the gold's there.
Have you met any white dragons?
Uh yeah, the white dragons is it's a group of white hats that okay, I'll have to admit, I sort of started it. Okay. What happened was, when I was inducted into the Asian secret societies, they asked me to contact Western white hats, and I went to the Russian embassy in Tokyo. I talked to MI6, I talked to CIA, and we built up a network of people who agreed that there's something fundamentally wrong with the system, that we need to change it. And it's a Western white hat group, and it's we're trying very hard to overthrow these satanic child sacrificing leaders and restore sanity to government. Uh, but we don't have big gold stashes, okay? And the Chinese, the actual Chinese Lotus Freemasons, 55 million members, including Xi Jinping, they told me they have 20 tons of gold. Okay, that's the real world. I have maybe an ounce of gold hidden around in different parts of my house, but basically we're just a network of people who, are trying to fix the way this planet is governed, so that we stop destroying nature and we stop stealing from everybody on behalf of a tiny inbred elite. That's what we're fighting for. To liberate the planet from satanic
I believe
control.
the Russians have truckloads, boatloads of gold. The Russians. I think it's well known that under the Kremlin there are 25,000 tons of gold.
Well, again, let's see the pictures. I did find one real gold stash. This is in Bougainville. I went down there to visit the king there. They have the largest gold mine on Earth there, and they're being quarantined. They're not being allowed to produce that gold and put it into the system. But that's real, and that's something that we could use. And that's the sort of thing that I actually go there and see the mine for myself. Let me tell you a little bit of that story. What happened was, Bougainville is next door to Guadalcanal, where they had the big World War II battle between the Japanese and the Americans. And they found this gigantic gold stash there. They built this huge mine, but then in order to get the gold out of the ore, they used large amounts of, I think it's arsenic. And they were dumping it in the rivers, and the people were all dying and being poisoned, downstream. And they started fighting against the mine, and they had all these weapon stashes from World War II. And they actually beat the mercenaries hired by the Rothschilds, and they became an outlaw state. They're not recognized by the UN, but they're de facto in control of that area. And I went to visit them. And that is real gold, and that could be used, and they are willing to use it on behalf of humanity. This is the sort of thing that you actually go on the ground and report. You find stuff that's real and what's not, and that's real. That's something we could work with. But in any case,
the Russians have a lot of gold, Ben.
Yeah. Okay.
They hid a lot of gold from the Bolsheviks in the Russian Orthodox churches, in false basements and false walls. I got that from a source in Switzerland. It's probably 100,000 tons.
Okay, well, I'll tell you a story that came from the Bank of Japan. During the Russian Revolution, Japanese sent battleships to Vladivostok, and they took out 100 tons of Tsarist gold that was being evacuated away from the communists, and they went from Tokyo to London. And that's something that you can verify that really happened. But after that, we don't know. But in any case, we do need to have an actual inventory of the gold. Another one I know. Okay, I'll tell you another story. I got approached by envoy of uh, the Michiko, the Empress of Japan, and she had a stash of gold in Switzerland worth about $5 trillion, and said we could use that for humanitarian purposes. And the way to do that is to contact the head of the Red Cross because they're in charge. And I did this, and it turns out that's why UBS went bankrupt. They had stolen that gold. It wasn't there anymore. And that's why UBS was bankrupted.
Whose gold was that again?
That
Who's the
was
owner?
the Japanese imperial family that they inherited from the Edo rulers, the shogunate. So that was a big, real gold stash that was stolen by the UBS, and God knows where it went. But I've heard the vaults at the BIS are empty now. And this is for, people who actually monitor physical gold. And then the story they're putting out is that, well, they moved it to a safe place. Yeah, where? Show us the proof.
Right.
I think they run out of gold. We'll see. There's a lot of question marks that need to be,
One problem with inventorying gold is that when the inventory is done, that process, then in comes the criminals to steal it, because then they'll know where it's located. It's funny about gold. Its value is primarily derived from being hidden.
Well, again, as long as you can prove it's there, like I say, just the newspaper test, for example, they can't pass that test at this point. So my
Okay.
view is that
I know.
we don't need gold. We just need to have a financial system that's connected to the real world. And I think a basket of commodities is better than gold because, when I talk to these gold people, right, to them, the golden rule is he who has the gold makes the rules. And I don't think that's the system we want. But of course, gold.
If it's going to be a basket, then the Russians are going to rule.
Well, the Russians, but the Canadians and Australians do pretty well too because they've got lots of resources. But in any case, we do need to completely root and branch reform the system.
I hear what you're saying, but you can't match the 13 time zones of Russia. And that's why I think the Rothschilds wanted to sequester them for 2 centuries.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a basket, and I think we may actually find that the BRICS will alter their plan and accommodate the Russians who want more of a basket than just a gold token. But we're not getting a whole lot of progress quickly with the BRICS and gold token. Here's a surprise. When I ask my contacts, where's the gold going to come from when they dump the treasury bonds for the BRICS and the gold token and the reserves in order to use the gold token, I hear China, Russia, Persia, and a new one, another one, Saudi shrine gold. They're going to put up some of their gold. The Saudis have a lot of gold. India has a lot of gold. And the British tried to make that, monetize the temple gold, and it didn't work. And they angered a lot of Indians. So there is gold out there.
Yeah.
But it's usually hidden.
Yeah.
Hidden well.
Okay.
Well, they'll steal it. These sons of bitches will steal it.
Yeah, I've suggested that what they do is they make a giant golden statue and put it right out in public so nobody could steal it.
Well, is that not what's in Romania? They got a mountain of gold.
Maybe we'll see. Okay, well look, we've passed an hour, and I think people are gonna. I'd like to have another conversation with you again. Because it's been very educational. But
Sure.
I think we'll wind down for today. And any last things you want to say?
My focus is on the U.S. government debt, the treasury bonds, the derivatives, and the banks, and they're all breaking. They're all breaking at the same time, and we need to be prepared because life savings are at stake, and that's what I'm all about, protecting life savings and following the implosion. This is not going to go quickly, and it's not going to go quietly, and it's not going to go orderly.
All right. Well, I'm pushing for a Phoenix-like recovery after the crash, where
me too.
A jubilee and restoration of democracy, freedom of the press, and rule of law. All right,
and
thanks.
and and encouragement for gigantic explosion of business creation.
Yes, absolutely. Real entrepreneurs need to be rewarded for creating value. We're not going to do anything about that. We're not going to target any real businessmen to create real value. These are the backbone of the society. Okay, well, thanks and thank.
Interview, I think. I was reading your
Wait a
you
minute. Shouldn't we put the date? It's November 23rd, 2022.
yeah, on your end is November 23rd. Here it's November 22nd, 2022. And I was reading your newsletter. There's some fantastic wealth of information in there, as always. You mentioned the Rockefellers, okay? Can you enlighten us a little bit about why it would be appropriate to have them arrested at this point in time?
Okay, now Uh, for years, as you know, I've been a financial business reporter in Japan, and the Japanese used to always tell me that your rulers were the Rockefellers. And when I was working for Forbes magazine, they were like number 300 on the list, and they were like seen as people from the past, fading away. But I did some research, and I found out that they controlled over 200 foundations, and through that, they controlled the Fortune 500 corporations and the UN and the IMF and the World Bank and all that kind of stuff. So they really, David Rockefeller Sr. really was like the secret dictator of the planet Earth. And it's just been inherited by his son, David Rockefeller Jr. And it turns out that a lot of the members of that family are, they changed their names. So Hillary Clinton is one of the sisters of David Rockefeller Jr., and probably other sisters are also, they all seem very similar, posing as Hillary. And then you have Mark Zuckerberg, who's a grandson. You have John Podesta, who's the son of Lawrence Rockefeller. Bill Clinton is the son of Winthrop Rockefeller. And so, they're all over the place, and they have been the secret rulers. This is what forensic investigation has revealed. And the problem is, they have been actively trying to reduce the world's population. If you study their takeover of the medical associations, for example, you find out that they were the ones, together with the DuPonts and Wirehouses, banning marijuana-based medicine, for example, to force people to use their petroleum-based medicine. They control the pharmaceutical companies, and there's plenty of evidence that they deliberately laced our daily substances with cancer-causing substances, our daily products with cancer-causing substances, so that they could make a big business on cancer. They also...
It's interesting that in that same article, you mentioned that Rockefeller was at the G20, and he thanked the who's who of global affairs, basically. He went down a huge list, according to what I read in your article there. But he failed to mention the Rothschilds. But you mentioned Klaus Schwab Rothschild / Rothschild. Could you give us some background on the Rothschild association with the Rockefellers?
Okay, well, the Rothschilds basically ran Europe, and the Rockefellers kind of took over North America, I think, Canada only very recently. But the Rothschilds were always the bankers to the royal families of Europe, and the fascists wiped out the Italian branch during World War II, and I think the German branch was mostly wiped out by Hitler and his people. But the Swiss, French, and English branches remain very powerful and influential. And I have been in contact directly or indirectly over the years with them. And first of all, the English branch say they favor, a change in the governance, and they support my plan for a future planning agency to take over this secret cabal that's deciding our future. Public agency that's transparently run, and then anybody can apply to join, meritocratic, transparent, democratic, all that kind of stuff. They support that. The French, and they say that once if they have a de in front of their name, de Rothschild, that's the French branch. And Klaus Schwab, his mother's a Rothschild. This was, confirmed in a Jewish magazine. So that makes, comes through the maternal line. So he's a Rothschild. And they're
Would
not.
would you associate the
Yeah.
IMF, the World Bank, the BIS with the Rothschilds?
Yeah, I think the World Bank is Rockefeller, IMF is the Rothschild type of thing. But the Rockefellers, because they took over the U.S. military industrial complex, they really were more powerful than the Rothschilds. This is what the forensic investigations have shown. But the Rothschilds remain very powerful and very influential. However, I have heard that you got to remember it started with the leader of a small German state called Saxe-Gotha, and the first Rothschild, when he went to war, said, "Look, and the original name is Bauer, by the way, which is it means like peasant. They're not really anyway."
Yeah.
He said to this guy, "I'll lend you money, because you're going to war and that requires money to hire troops and stuff. And if you win, then I want to be your banker. And if you lose, you don't have to pay me back." And because he had all this gold, he was able to hire more troops. He won, and they eventually became like the bankers to the European royalty, who, for example, you see the Queen's face on the coins, and that's a sign that she controls the money. That's their secret source of power. But what I've heard is that the royal families have started firing the Rothschilds, so they've lost a lot of power. And so the problem, at this point remains the Rockefellers with their Biden administration. And if you look at the members, they're all members of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a Rockefeller, slave institute. But the problem is the pharmaceutical companies are controlled mostly by the Rockefellers. And you can see World Bank documents going back to 1975 that show they were planning this whole pandemic thing. And they were, Henry Kissinger, who was the top sort of henchman for David Rockefeller Sr., once bragged at one of their meetings that in the future it'll be as impossible for the average person to rebel against us as it is for a farmer to rebel against a sheep. Mm-hmm. That comment has been deleted from the internet, but I know he said it, and he is now.
Did you get the two links I sent you of the World Integrated Trade Solution, which is a division of the World Bank, having deployed, distributed all these COVID-19 test kits back in 2017, 2018? I mean,
yeah, I saw that. And I actually went to the Japanese police and provided them with evidence of a patent for detecting
COVID-19
made in 2015 by a Robert Rothschild.
Richard Rothschild.
Richard Rothschild, yeah. And that actually started an investigation that went through Interpol and stuff. So
now,
we're aware that they planned this at least as far back as 1975.
Right.
And they tried different scenarios, figuring how they can turn us into sheep. And they thought about the alien invasion or the terrorists, or whatever, communists. And finally, they settled that the pandemic was the best way to go.
Of course. Excuse my naivete here, but I have to ask a few questions. Rockefeller never mentioned the Vatican. He never mentioned the Freemasons. He never mentioned Vanguard or BlackRock, which supposedly own the entire planet as far as the assets, capital. What are we supposed to make of that? Are there any connections we should be looking at here? The Illuminati?
Well, again, I got involved when the Japanese corporations always had this system where the banks and the corporations owned each other's shares. So a big corporation have a main bank, and then under Prime Minister Koizumi and Takenaka, all the control that was held by the Japanese banks was handed over to funds like Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. And then you examine them and you find foundations, and you examine the foundations, and the trail leads to the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, the French branches, especially in Asia. Oh. And so that's how the control is. As far as the Vatican is concerned, they killed Pope Francis and replaced him with an avatar who's now reading their scripts. You can tell that because he suddenly there's actually film of him adjusting his rubber mask, but also everything he's saying and doing is completely contrary to Catholic doctrine. So,
Mhm,
I'm not a
mhm.
Catholic, although today I'm wearing a T-shirt given me by the Jesuits. Um, you know,
Okay.
it was the head of security for Prime Minister Abe gave me this Jesuit T-shirt. So I'm
Okay.
not a Jesuit, but
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
but I'm willing to ally with them against these Satanists. Okay, but I'm not a Jesuit. Let's put it that way.
My T-shirt has nothing on it, by the way.
But this is one of my, this is one of many shirts I wear. I just, but the
Yeah,
point is, I'm trying to get as many allies as possible because these people are extremely powerful and
I understand. I
concentrated at the
understand.
highest levels of power. So removing them is going to require, a
It's
lot of
not.
strange bedfellows.
It's
I
not going.
also talked to the Black Sun people. Um,
Who would
the
have
enemy.
thought?
I talked to all sorts of, crazy characters.
I
I mean,
can understand. And you've been
hmm.
threatened. Your life has been threatened in the past, obviously, by the Yakuza. And
I've survived many assassination attempts, six that came close, two poisonings, whatever. But I'm still here.
okay,
Uh,
okay. So we get a perspective, some perspective here. Now, the Committee of 300, that's another name that is bandied around as sort of a power peg, a key element.
the Committee of 300, I think, is also known as the Privy Council, and that was the European royals who were headed by Queen Elizabeth II, and they were very influential, but they were not the world government. They were the people behind the global warming thing, which was an alternative to the uh, plan to kill 90% of humanity, which was being pushed by the people around Rockefeller and
Mhm.
Chabad, that cult. And but then if you look at the Bilderbergers, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Trilateral Commission, okay, these are alternative power groups. They all lead to the Rockefellers. So it's not a monolith, okay? And when I first started this, I identified David Rockefeller Sr. as the top of the pyramid, and then just below him was George Bush Sr., and then number 3 was Queen Elizabeth. So it was sort of like that. Then Queen Elizabeth tried to, move things in a good direction, and then she was killed. And so the trail points to the Rockefellers, and that's the source of the problem. As far as, I'm an investigative journalist. I follow real trails.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
read stuff on the internet. I actually talk to people who deal
I
with it.
hear you. I hear you. And that was part of the introduction that I'm offering here in this broadcast, that you do have your contacts and your sources. Okay, so another thing that comes to mind here, Ben, often we hear about, these Satanists, right, that are wielding power. Would you say, comfortably say, that at the very apex of the pyramid, we have Lucifer, who is controlling and leveraging people by blackmail through bribes, etc.
I think at the very least, again, I'm following the scientific method and stuff it's like a group psychological construct, then for sure. I mean, what we know is that when the second Egyptian dynasty was overthrown, it was a group known as the Sea Peoples who worshiped a goat-faced being with a forked tail, and they required human sacrifice, and they called it Baal or Molech, but then the Egyptians called it Set, which is where we got our Satan from, and for example, Queen Elizabeth admitted that she participated in child sacrifice rituals and she felt bad about it, but she actually, admitted that she chopped. They had a video of her. They were blackmailing her with it, and I said the only way you can deal with that is to come out and admit it, and then they lost their blackmail card. But they had a video of her chopping a child's head off and eating its heart, according to the top of MI6. So I said, well, we just got to come out and say, yes, I was born into this cult. That's what we did. I had no choice or I'd be killed myself. But, there's plenty of evidence that this is the cult. And they're not Jewish, okay? Because they worship Satan. So as a group psychological construct that controls very powerful people, yes. Now, as far as the actual existence of some being like that, maybe, but I'm trained in rationalism and science and stuff, so I deal with the what I can actually see, and I think if at the very least scientifically you can say it's a mind controlling group mind,
Okay.
group psychology that's
Okay.
thousands of years old, and you can call that the definition of Satan.
Okay, we need evidence-based facts here. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's just segue a tiny little bit here, because a lot of people were dabbling, back in the day, and maybe they still do, with Ouija boards, and a lot of weird things that happen with Ouija boards, right? And there's other occult games, paranormal things that happen with those games. Would you imply then that there is some kind of interdimensional force that may
Uh,
influence?
Yeah, I think certainly the Jesuits and the Catholic state and the exorcists have actually pretty good evidence that, and I've seen people who seem to be like controlled, like something has hijacked their minds and they speak with a different voice and with knowledge that the actual speaker doesn't possess. So I have seen this myself. So there does seem to be some kind of parasitical beings that are able to hijack certain people and use them. And it's usually the way they enter is you have some incredible conflict, moral conflict, something like Ted Bundy, for example. I think he was in some kind of weird psychological state after being rejected by this girlfriend, and he, it seemed to, because there actual, when I looked at the documentary, they said his pupils turned black, and I think that he got hijacked. That sort of mental anguish that sort of provided the leverage for these things to enter.
Yeah, it's like opening a portal.
Yeah, and with the stories you hear is that their pupils turn completely black when they're possessed.
Have you seen?
And the other thing there's evidence of people who get like some kind of implant that starts with a black eye, that also takes them over. There's actually, I mean, this is,
what do you
scientific investigation is required to get more, to the bottom of all this. But yeah.
Speaking of black eyes, have you heard of the Black Eye Club, where notable people have been punched in the face?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. They've actually located some kind of implant that's the black eye has, and that it's a parasitical mind control.
Okay.
And this is found throughout nature. There's lots of evidence of, like parasitical wasps, and other entity being, it's all over in the natural world. But there is good evidence that a lot of people do have some kind of parasitical thing that's inserted through their eye that then kind of hijacks their mind. And again, this is something that requires scientific investigation, but there is good forensic evidence that such a thing happens.
I'm all for corroborating the evidence. If we can corroborate it, that's perfect. Back to the article that you wrote here. You mentioned that Kissinger, Hillary Clinton, and Rockefellers went around begging for money at the G20, and then they went to Japan begging for money. And I'm thinking to myself, why are they begging for money when they can print the money? They have the printing machines.
Well, here's the thing. They can print the money, but it's not accepted by everybody. Okay, so in Asia, they say, I'm sorry, but your IOUs aren't being accepted anymore. We want something that actually exists. So, for example, what's been happening is the Rockefellers, they can print money and they can put it in the U.S. stock market, and they can give it to people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and they can hand people, COVID allowances to spend, but they can't use this money to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, or cars from Japan, or toys from China. There's been that's the split there, because you see the Asian royal families or financial top leadership is not under their control, and that's the situation we're facing. And they're the people who are pushing this BRICS alliance, this try to isolate the satanic families that hijack the West. And so it's not but they can, so in other words, they can print money and use it inside certain Western countries. They can't use it in many parts of the world now.
Now, the other thing that you mentioned a few articles ago was that there was it was hunting season. They were going to hunt these Satanists down and kill them on sight. What happened to that? Any progress with that?
It's an ongoing process, but a lot of them have left this earth, and they're being forced to use computer graphics. I mean, George Soros was killed a long time. Now it's his son Alex Soros, but he doesn't want to go, become a target. So they use computer graphics of his father. A lot of them have gone, but again, I was disturbed to find out that the actual real Hillary Clinton was still around. This is from, Japanese people actually met her in Japan, and so, but they are hunted people. I mean, we are trying to get them because they are mass murderers, they are war criminals, and they're trying to kill us and our families. So it's a legitimate self-defense. It's not an illegal thing.
And just to add with this corroborated evidence here of avatars, a lot of people think, come on now, you're not gonna tell me that you can replicate the image of a person and make them look like they're still alive. But I saw that happen in America Got Talent, where they had Elvis singing. They had this guy in front of the camera who looked a bit like Elvis, but wasn't Elvis. And then they transposed Elvis's face to make him look like the real Elvis. And you thought maybe this is the real Elvis.
Yeah. That's why I always, because of these computer graphics, I try to create a network of people I've personally physically met. And then if they tell me they personally physically met someone, it's, I kind of try this network of analog confirmation. And, I noticed that they've stopped sending people to the Foreign Correspondence Club of Japan because, I mean, I actually met the real George Soros and other people there, but they're just not appearing at press conferences and live anymore, or they're very scripted with, a very controlled press, with pre-written questions. Is what they're doing with this Biden horror show,
Okay, let's diversify our interest a little bit here and talk to us a little bit about these elections that have been going on, the midterm elections, the elections in Brazil. Is this a ploy to get us to abandon the concept of elections, to say, hey, you know what, let's give up, forget elections, we need a new world order, one world government? Is that what's going on here?
No, I think that there's been a very successful move to steal elections via electronic voting machines, which can be controlled. The famous saying of Stalin, it doesn't matter who votes, what matters is who counts the votes, right? And then you have fake opinion polls, fake elections, and this has happened in the United States, and now they've done it in Canada. And they were trying to do it in Brazil, and the military stepped in and said, nah. And then there's a fight going on there. But in Japan, they've been fake for a very long time. I physically confirmed this. So, what's been happening is that democracy got hijacked and freedom of the press got hijacked. And so we have a system of, I call it Babylonian tyranny, fake money, fake media, fake politicians, all controlled by these occult Babylonian Satan worshippers.
Right. Did you see that interview of Professor, what's his name here, Mr. Alfio D'Urso, an Italian lawyer, who gave an interview, and I can send you the link. He gave an interview in 2021. He said, yes, essentially, they switched the votes from Biden to Trump at 3 a.m. in the morning, and we have the person who did it, and he's willing to testify.
You mean Biden to Trump or Trump to Biden?
From Trump to Biden, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, of course, I mean, it is all known. The problem is it's gonna, these people think that they can use lawyers and stuff. At this point, it's going to require men with guns. Okay, this is not something that you're going to just go to a corrupt court and petition and expect something, because they've already got the judges. It's going to be men with guns, and the right. Key is to get the very top people, the head of the FBI, the people, the Council on Foreign Relations people in the Biden administration. You got to get those people. It's all concentrated at the top 1, 2, 3 people. Get them, and we can end this.
I hear you loud and clear. I've thought about the same strategy too. It's going to take guns, it's going to take force, it's going to take more than just the judicial system, the kabuki theater that we see with the judges.
Yeah, although I'm got some hope that the Supreme Court may have been taken over by military white hats. We'll see. I'm sure you're aware of this lawsuit that has been filed with the Supreme Court that's charging 388 top politicians, including the Biden administration and most sitting members of Congress and the Senate, with treason. And if that trial goes through, then there is a legal way to arrest all these people and actually restore democracy. So I'm hoping that the military will use this lawsuit as a way to legally deal with the situation. And if not, then people in the mid ranks and people who didn't accept the bribes have to purge the top of the U.S. military. General Miley, all these people have to go. If they don't go with this Supreme Court thing and arrest those politicians who stole elections and have all been bribed, then the top ranks of the military have to be removed. And you can identify them easily. Just find out which ones are living way beyond what a military salary would provide, and you can know they've been bribed.
Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. Because we need respite from this corruption. We need to reset everything our way, the people's way, not the WEF's way. And I wasn't aware of that. But if they are charged for treason, isn't the penalty death?
Yes, and that's what they deserve.
Okay.
But only after trial and public trial.
Right.
We want to see this. We don't want the secret courts and secret.
No.
We want it public and open, and everybody can see. And we want to put the fear of God into these people, so they'll never try such a thing again.
Of course, that's what you have to do. Speaking of which, let me digress to the Nuremberg 2.0 trials that I have been pushing since this pandemic started becoming more and more evident that it's a plandemic, not a pandemic. Just for your peace of mind, I have a website that's got over 3 million views. It's nojabforme.info. I uploaded close to 115 videos on this COVID scam, and I totaled the number of views. I got 6.6 million views, just over that, in the last year and a half. So I've been trying to get people's awareness.
I think there's a growing awareness. I think we're almost at the 100th monkey, where everybody will understand this. We're almost there. There's still a few Kool-Aid drinking, sleepwalking, a lot of them actually still, but I think we're getting to the point where even the most brainwashed and obedient people understand that some horrific crime has taken place.
Because the minute you're not giving informed consent to somebody who's getting these jabs, you're not telling them about the animal studies, about the fact that they are the guinea pigs in this clinical trial, about the adverse events, about the adverse events, the death numbers that exceed all vaccinations combined for the last 30 years. You're not telling them about the alternative therapeutics. You're not telling them about.
Well, you're not even telling them that the whole thing is fake.
Exactly.
Like they relabeled the common cold and the flu,
exactly.
Just as an excuse to vaccinate everybody with gene-altering, non-safety tested substance. This is a war crime, and we need to start. These people need to be put before firing squads or hung. This is death penalty type stuff. And it's going to happen.
You don't know the kind of rage that's been bottling up in me, and I'm looking for people to help create this,
It's out there. It's out there. I mean, it's not just you. Look, the fact that we're having this conversation and it's available to people all over the world shows that the NSA is on the case and they're letting this truth out. And they're very powerful people. Okay.
Right.
So, all right. Well, with that conclusion, I just say, look, everybody, don't be an armchair warrior. Take personal action on the level that you're able to. Anything you can personally do it. And if that just means picking up the phone and calling the politicians and the bureaucrats, do it. Use the phone. Don't use email. Actual
What's going on, everybody? This is Patriot Underground here. Now, before we get started tonight with the show, I want to say a few words on behalf of the company that I have partnered with to help folks protect their financial resources as we enter into the eye of the storm. Now, I don't think I need to remind everybody that this financial crash has been predicted for years, and now we are seeing everything unfold exactly the way the real financial advisors, the real professionals and experts out there have been telling us that it was going to. We have a brief window of opportunity here, folks, and I highly recommend that everybody get on board. We just saw Silicon Valley Bank go down last month, and just yesterday, First Republic was the second largest bank collapse in U.S. history. And let me tell you something, folks, we're not done. We're not even close to being done. This is a consolidation move. The big banks are eating up the little banks. They're preparing to roll out their central bank digital currency. The entire system is going to collapse. Oh, and by the way, dozens of regional bank stocks plummeted today as this banking crisis continues to gain momentum. All of them were down between 10 and close to 40% just today. So I urge everybody out there to seize this opportunity. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your financial resources. Roll over your 401k and your IRAs into precious metal backed, into gold backed currency. That is the wave of the future, folks. We know that this is a sound investment. It's been proven over and over and over again. And I can guarantee you that when the market crashes, gold and silver are going to skyrocket in price. Now, I am not a financial expert, as you know, but I have had financial experts on my show who have said exactly that. And I'm sure you've heard many other trusted sources out there warning folks of what's to come. Now is the time. Don't wait. Seize this opportunity, folks. Click the link in the description. And I guarantee you, folks, this will be the best financial decision that you've ever made. All right, everybody. Thank you for listening. God bless and Godspeed. Enjoy the show. Patriot out. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Patriot Underground. Today is May 2nd, 2023. Thank you so much for joining me, folks, to discover the truth beneath the surface. As always, I really do appreciate everybody out there taking the time to listen. So tonight, folks, I'm very happy to bring you an interview that I've been looking forward to for quite some time now. And given some of the confusion around the time differences, we had a little bit of difficulty putting this together. But tonight, I'm very happy to bring you a conversation with someone I'm sure most of you are familiar with, Benjamin Fulford. He is an incredible source of intel with some very unique insights and some information that you really aren't going to hear anywhere else, given the contacts that he's made over the years, specifically in the Pacific region. Now, normally I ask my guests to provide a little bit of background about themselves during our first conversation, but because we're somewhat limited on time, and I'm also very confident that most of my audience is very familiar with your work and your background, I'm going to bypass the intros and I'm going to get directly into the issues that folks want to hear about. So Benjamin Fulford, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for agreeing to come on to share some thoughts with the audience. It's great to have you.
Thanks for having me on.
It's absolutely my pleasure. Okay, well, let's get right into it. So I thought we could begin tonight with a discussion about the ongoing invasion at the southern border here in the U.S. So we're getting reports that the deep state is preparing a major influx of illegals. I've heard estimates of over 20,000 that are waiting to cross the border, with potentially tens of thousands more coming as this Title 42, from the Trump era expires next week, which enables basically the rapid deportation of illegals for public health reasons without considering them as asylum seekers. And this is raising major concerns for obvious reasons, not the least of which is the prospect that the deep state could use the return to Title 8 to flood the border with these quote unquote asylum seekers in an attempt to further alter the demographics of the country. And of course, we know very well that most of these individuals are military-aged men. And my understanding is that a large portion are specifically Chinese military-aged men, And not only that, there's also the possibility that fake Biden could use this border invasion to somehow steal the election. That's also a theory that's being floated around. So I wanted to get your thoughts on this. This is a situation that obviously what they're trying to do is to further balkanize the country and use it as a tool to shift the demographics, maybe even to steal the vote, and certainly to prompt civil unrest. So what are your thoughts about what's going on at the border? And why don't we start there, and then we'll see where we go.
Okay, well, the first thing you got to remember is that you got to think about Russia, okay? Because Russia got involved in the Ukraine because 20,000 mercenaries who, weren't actually from Kazakhstan tried to take over the government of Kazakhstan. And I'll explain why this connects with the U.S. border in a minute. And they had massive amounts of mercenaries and people from all over the world invading their country. And Victor Bout, the Russian arms dealer who was in jail in the U.S., said, hey, what would the United States do if suddenly they, the Russians occupied Mexico and tried to take back California, Texas, Arizona and Florida and bring it back into the Mexican, the Spanish Empire? What would you do? Right.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what's happening. I've heard that they actually talk about the Reconquista. Now, the Reconquista is when, Spain got taken over by the Muslims, and then for over a period of hundreds of years, they conquered it back. So there are groups that really do want to bring, all the areas that used to be Mexico, California, etc., back into the Latin fold. This is a real movement. And it's clear that there is retaliation against what's been done to Russia. And so there is something going on there for sure. The other thing that is underreported is that there are literally dozens and dozens of train derailments all over the United States. Now, this is the sort of thing that the OSS, the predecessor of the CIA, used to do inside Germany during World War II, So this is an actual, guerrilla warfare already taking place inside the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that was caused because they've landed the first blow by what they're trying to do all over the world. So it's clearly the United States is under attack, and it's because of what they did. It's retaliation for what they did to the Middle East, what they're trying to do to Russia. So there is this is a wartime situation. There's no doubt about it. And these, illegal immigrants, like you said, they're military age men. And as you know, a lot of Chinese can pass off as Mexicans, and there has been like a more than 1,000% increase in Chinese military age males coming into the country.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not a situation where you can just pretend nothing's happening. This requires full-time war-style mobilization.
Well, they said they're going to send, I think they announced they're going to send 1,500 troops down to the border today, but you kind of have to wonder, are they even going to be armed? What are their, what's their role actually going to be? And, what I'm really worried about, or I guess you could say wondering about, is how do the White Hats remedy this? I mean, if they do actually flood the border with thousands, who knows how many they could get to flood the border? We've seen millions and millions over the past decade. So what do the White Hats do to counter that? And some people, they talk about the quantum financial system as being, essentially a motivator to get people to go back to their home country to participate in the QFS. But beyond that, I haven't really heard too much in terms of, how do the White Hats handle this if the deep state plays this card? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I've always said, if you're fighting an octopus, you can wrestle with one of its arms, or you can go straight for the head. And my view is that the problem is located in Washington, D.C. Actually, not Washington, D.C. anymore. It's more like New York and Silicon Valley. In other words, what's happened is that the right to create money that was given to the U.S. Congress by the Constitution has been stolen by a group of Satan-worshiping gangsters who are out to destroy the United States. So you have to nationalize the banking system and take away control of the mega corporations from this small inbred family group who stole it from the American people. And you have to start there, because once you cut off the main source of money for all these people, then you can deal with all the stuff below that level. And dealing with the people from Latin America is not that big a problem militarily if proper action was taken. And my own view is that what you need to do is, anybody who's got a job and is contributing to society, leave them alone. Anybody who's military age man, welfare bum, round them up, put them in camps, put them in work camps, send them back, whatever. But just deal with the people who are actually causing problems, who are being parasitical, and leave the rest of them alone. And that's how I would deal with the problem. So some guys argue with that, some guy's working in a farm doing a job no one else is going to do, leave him alone, But if he's sitting in some kind of slum town dealing drugs, well, take him off the street.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I wanted to ask you, there's so many different questions, so many different paths we could go down here. But one of the things that I heard you talk about not too long ago that I've been really anxious to kind of get a little bit more intel on is, basically the idea. You're one of the few, really the only, that I've heard consistently say that the Donald Trump that we see on TV and in public is not the real Donald Trump. And you've also actually indicated that the cabal has a double, I would assume, or a clone, maybe, I don't know, but their own version of Trump posing as the president. And you've even gone so far as to say that this version of Trump is actually, it would make sense, obviously, if they have their own version of Trump, that version of Trump would be doing the bidding of the enemy in certain cases, specifically with regard to the jab. So I was just curious to hear, your intel on this topic of a cabal-controlled Trump double, and essentially for you to weigh in on whether you believe that the events that we're witnessing, because that really begs a lot of questions. If they actually have their own version of Trump, are the events that we're witnessing organically unfolding, or have they been, pre-planned? You've heard a lot about this, this idea that much of what we're witnessing and living through right now seems like a movie. It seems like it's scripted out. Certainly, we know we're dealing with actors in certain cases. Do you think that, to what extent really do you think that that's going on? Is there a pantomime to wake people up while this military sting goes on in the background? What are your thoughts on that? And, if you could talk a little bit about the cabal-controlled Trump, I'm curious to hear a little bit about that.
What you understand, what you need to understand is you have to think of a Batman as a metaphor, right? You have had many actors playing the role of Batman over the year, but there's this character Batman who fits a certain role and who can, and so what's happened at the highest levels of powers, they realize that when they have someone there who is president and formally controls huge amounts of power, right? In the old days, you're like, when you killed Kennedy, for example, everything changed because he was a real president, and his death made it completely upended the power structure. So they've come up with this strategy where even if you kill the original, you just replace him with someone else. And it's also known as the Mandela effect, because the big test case was Nelson Mandela. He died in prison in 1987. But when they wanted to, restore or make it look like they restored black rule in South Africa, they got an actor who didn't even look like him to pretend to be Mandela, and it worked so well that they started using it all over the place. And then what happened is you started getting different power factions having their own versions of these power brokers. So when I first heard about Donald Trump body double was when the original was still in power, and there's a guy at the NSA who told me that 2 out of the 3 press conferences were with a different man, and you could see the difference if you go back. If they haven't erased it from the internet yet, if you go back, to 2019 or something, and look, the ones where he was with Melania, he looked fitter, and it was only 1 of the 3 press conferences who was with Melania. That was the real one. And then there was this guy with loose jowls and white around the eyes who appeared in the other ones. It's because Trump didn't want to spend all his time, in press conferences and stuff because, and by the way, I get diverting a bit. I asked the Russian power brokers why they didn't replace Putin. I mean, we're in Putin number 7 now, as far as I'm concerned. But they said, "What do you mean? I don't want to be spending all day like, choreographed and doing everything according to a tight schedule. I want to have a life,
Right.
So they use these actors to play the official role of government power, so that the real power brokers can have a life. But getting back to Trump, it was obvious after January 2020 that the real Trump vanished, and I have my own personal sources. If I don't have hear something directly, then it's secondhand, and my job is to get stuff from the real world firsthand. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to have a job, And my sources say the real Trump had retreated to Mount Cheyenne, and the reason was that the United States was about to go bankrupt, default on its payments to the rest of the world. And the military didn't know what to do, so they retreated to their bunkers. And then what happened was the people around the Rockefellers, and this is, if you look at the Biden administration, all the top people are members of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a Rockefeller-controlled institution, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They came in and they laundered $10 trillion through this fake vaccination pandemic thing to keep the whole show going. And they used the actor who had been filling in for Trump to suddenly become a vaccine salesman, and at the same time, try to keep the Trump supporters from staging a full revolution by giving them an outlet for their, so he'd always say, "Oh, they stole the election," right? But he didn't actually do anything about it, because when the military said, "Hey, we'll do something about it," he said, "Nah." But it's sort of like a Pied Piper leading people down, the path, but keeping them from doing anything real, or actually leading them to oblivion while they think they're having fun, But from the actions and words, you could see that the individual appeared after 2020 was not doing the same thing, because the original Donald Trump's son was damaged by vaccines. He was against vaccines. He was working with Kennedy Jr. To stop this, and they were sidelined. So, but what I'm hearing now is that the one who's recently, the actual original is reappearing, because the people in power are scared, and they don't want to lose complete control, so they're trying to get behind the original Trump as a way of staying in power. That's my best understanding of the situation. I know it can be very confusing, but at the end of the day, you have to look at what they do and say, and judge it accordingly.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that's a great answer. Thank you for that. So let's switch gears a little bit, and let's talk a little bit about this Trump indictment. And also, I kind of want to tie in this, the latest we're getting on the Hunter laptop, et cetera. So I have a question, first of all. The Hunter Biden laptop has been a focal point for quite some time now. And we know that it's now on the congressional record. I believe it was Matt Gaetz who was given a copy of that hard drive. And we also know about the testimony given by Mike Morrell, the former acting CIA director, that Blinken apparently issued a directive to. Of course, he was out there today denying it, to his cronies to produce this false letter signed by 50 people, stating that the Biden laptop was disinformation, and subsequently this led to their rationale to censor discussion about it leading into the election. And meanwhile, we have been anticipating these arrest wars, as they're being dubbed. And now that Trump has been indicted, we see people like Kash Patel coming out and saying unequivocally that Hunter Biden is going to be arrested. And it's apparently going to happen soon, in the very near future. So how do you see this scenario playing out if indeed Hunter is arrested? And conversely, what might transpire when the Trump case moves forward in terms of disclosure? How's that going to play out, do you think?
At this point, the U.S. legal system is a joke, and I don't pay a lot of attention to these theatrics, because, they're each saying, "Hey, you're a criminal," and they say, "No, you're a criminal." At this point, they've got to duke it out. Okay, this isn't going to be something that's solved by lawyers. This is going to be solved by men with guns, because it's like during World War II, the Nazis accused the British of war crimes, the British accused the Nazis of war crimes, and they're not going to go into a court case and solve it. This is going to be solved on the battlefield. And this endless legal lawfare going on, these slinging mud at each other, January 6th, Hunter Biden. Enough is enough. Either well, sorry, I was going to use a bad metaphor, but do your thing or get off the toilet.
Yeah.
And it's time for action. The Supreme Court is clearly subverted and corrupt, as the Brunson case made clear. So it's not going to be solved, legally. People are too used to thinking that we'll just sue them and that'll solve the problem. No, the legal system is dysfunctional. And the other thing, even with the military, people above the level of general are all corrupt. The really smart people don't get promoted beyond colonels. If I were in the military, I would get the colonels to come, select a new military leadership and take action. And the one criterion for selecting new military leadership is make sure that they don't have all this money that they can't explain where they got it from, because that's a sure sign they've been bribed and compromised.
Absolutely. So you don't really see this lawfare, as you called it correctly, leading to the military having a rationale then to step forward. You're not really buying that argument that, it's not going to really head in that direction, because that's what some folks are saying, that, it's going to get to a certain point and there's going to be a denial of justice, and that will prompt the military to come forward. But I also hear what you're saying, and I think probably most of the audience is rooting you on, which is, do your thing or get off the pot, as you put it. I mean, I think we're all kind of at that stage right now. We want to believe that there's a plan, but at the same time, I think people are really losing their patience as well.
I mean, look, the blatant stealing of the 2020 election is when the military should have taken their action. And they didn't, because they didn't have the money to pay their salaries, because they're bankrupt towards the rest of the world. That's what really happened. So what I've done is I've secured financing for the U.S. military from the BRICS alliance. This is like 85% of the world's people and countries, and they're the ones who actually have the money where they could keep the U.S. military going as it is now. And if the alternative is to either declare bankruptcy, in which case all the military in bases all around the world would have to be withdrawn, and a lot of these generals would end up as taxi drivers, and they told me they'd rather go to war than end up as a taxi driver, or else to watch the whole thing continue to the slow motion train wreck that is now taking place. And if they agree to get financing from the rest of the world, clearly they're going to have to stop a lot of the antisocial behavior they've been doing. But that's, something that most military actually would welcome. They don't want to be the bad guys. They don't want to be stealing for international medical corporations. They want to be protecting the weak and fighting transnational crime. They don't want to be, participants in transnational crime. So I'm hoping they will take this offer.
Well, that's fantastic. All right. Well, let me ask you about, so just to clarify, so you said that you've secured money from the BRICS nations to go to support the military?
A promise from the BRICS nations that they would finance a Canadian-led takeover of the United States. Okay, this would be merging the United States with Canada to create the United States of North America, reforming the U.S. institutions, restoring democracy, restoring rule of law, and then getting the military to start to conform to international law and cooperate with the rest of the world. That's the deal that I have reached.
Wow. Have you talked about that? Because this is news to me.
I have mentioned it in my podcast, but this is taking place. I'm dealing, with I actually talked to people like the head of MI6 and North Koreans and people like that, and I'm dealing with it at that level at this point. But
Wow.
it is actually happening. This is real.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to keep rolling here because I know I don't have too much time with you. I want to get into as many questions as I can. So let's talk a little bit about Zelensky. We know that Zelensky's an actor, literally. We know that he's a cabal puppet, but I've been very curious about his recent overtures to China. And I'm really curious to kind of get your take on both Zelensky and really China, because a lot of folks out there believe that Xi Jinping is a white hat and that he's working with the alliance behind the scenes, as is Vladimir Putin. And I myself have been persuaded of that based upon the things that I've heard, but certainly you're an individual that I want to ask about that. So obviously Zelensky's seems to be getting closer to China. We've got Macron, looks like he's getting very close to China. So that raises a lot of questions about Xi Jinping, in my view. What can you tell us about that?
Okay, let's talk a little bit first about the Ukraine. What people need to understand is that this was a project to create a greater Khazaria. They were going to try to recreate the Khazarian Empire from the, 9th century or something, and rule the world from there. So their plan was to take over Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and all parts of Russia, and create a whole new country and get rid of the native Ukrainians and make it a homeland for these, what I call the Khazarians. And they are not actually Jews. They worship Satan, but they pretend to be Jews. Okay, the real Jews don't do that. But in any case, this project
Totally
failed.
agree.
Yeah, they completely failed. They were defeated militarily. And what happened was that, and Zelensky was paid for by a Ukrainian oligarch by the name of Kolomoisky, who in turn worked for the Rothschild family. And what's happened is that the Rothschild family, the French head of the Rothschild family, who's also ran the British side, realized that they were going to lose. And so what the Rothschilds do is that when they're in power, when they got control, they rape you. And when they're about to lose, they turn down, they lie back, and they spread their legs open. Okay, and that's what they're doing now. They're saying, okay, we got it, we surrender. And so what's happened is that the European Rothschilds have broken with the Rockefellers, who control the fake Biden administration, and they are trying to negotiate a deal with China and Russia. And the Chinese have offered a big carrot, saying, okay, you work with us and we're going to have this huge bonanza of rebuilding the Ukraine. There's going to be all this money, all this business. We're going to build high-speed train lines through the Ukraine, linking Europe and China. And so they're all going for it. And what's happening is you're seeing the last of these fanatics who want to create their Khazarian empire, fighting to keep in control, but losing the battle. I think that's the big picture. Xi Jinping is a white hat for sure, but they have issues they have to deal with in East Asia because there's still a lot of China is not a monolith, and there's still a lot of issues that have to be resolved out here. But overall, he is a white hat, and if you just look at what they're saying, hey, let's have win-win solutions. Let's have a multi-polar world, with no one person in charge, where we work in a friendly manner towards things we agree with, and it makes sense. Whereas we have this other group saying it's a rules-based world order. We have to obey our rules, and but we don't obey them ourselves, and nobody believes them. So what's happened is the majority of the world's people have said, look, enough with these criminal gangsters who hijacked the United States. We want to isolate them. We want to remove them from power. That's what's going on. And it's not just Xi Jinping. It's Sergei Lavrov. He's the real ruler of Russia, and most world leaders at this point, including the
is Lavrov, to your knowledge, is he a white hat or a black hat?
He's if you look at his words and actions over the years, he's a white hat. He says, we want a multipolar world. We don't want one single place in charge, and they want friendly development, and just you have to look at what they do and say. But I would
Okay.
say he's a white hat for sure. Yeah.
All right. So I'm assuming that we're going to see an incursion into Taiwan in the not too distant future. Do you agree with that? And what do you think? If so, I mean, we've heard a lot about biolabs there. I'm sure there's probably a lot underground that's going on in Taiwan as well. What are your thoughts on that?
There's not going to be an incursion into Taiwan. Taiwan has a population of 20 million. China is what, 1.4 billion, and there's a million Taiwanese living in China and a million Chinese living in Taiwan. They speak the same language, and what's going to happen is there's going to be peaceful reunification, and the Taiwanese will be given a big job running China as a whole. That's the deal that's already been reached. They're not going to let some foreign third party get them to fight each other. That's just not going to happen.
Okay, well, that's great news. So that's basically just saber rattling by the deep state. We don't think we're going to see any real military action in
No,
Taiwan.
yeah, I mean, it's call it saber rattling, or you can call it marketing by the military industry.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Okay, well, that's great news. All right, well then, so let me ask you this then. Where is this? I mean, clearly there is a dark element coming out of China, right? Or is that all optics at this point? Because if Xi Jinping is a white hat, and I mean, are there? Because I know that you know a lot about the families. I've heard you talk about the dragon families in China. So, who's really heading up the dark side in China? How's that work?
Well, I think what's happened is that they don't they fool some factions. So what happened with these incredibly radical lockdowns in China, where it was that they had fooled the Chinese into thinking that they're being attacked by a disease when in fact it was an electromagnetic attack, and that they had to lock down society really severely. And then they were using these fraudulent PCR tests to bribe huge sections of Chinese society, because they're forcing every Chinese person to pay money for a fake PCR test. And then they're using this money to create an alternative to the Chinese government. And what happened was the Chinese scientifically tested the PCR tests, they figured out that they were frauds, and then remember, overnight they just cut the whole thing off. So that was the last big push by the dark hats in China, and that failed. So I don't think they're very powerful anymore in China, the dark faction, because they were just being manipulated and fooled. Now that they got their money cut off with the end of the fake PCR thing, they just don't have the money to pay for people to do their bidding in China. And I think that's why the French Rothschilds, who are very strong in East Asia, finally agreed to surrender.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So, all right. So we talked a little bit, I at least mentioned biolabs. We talked a little bit about Ukraine and Zelensky. So I want to get your take. Oh, sorry.
Before that, actually, I'd like to say something, because I actually had a meeting last Saturday with a representative from the North Koreans and the the Japanese underworld. And this is something that, is not out there, but the North Koreans now have 100 nuclear weapons, and they can hit Greater New York or Los Angeles. And they said they're ready to put their entire population underground and disperse them into the countryside. And they're going to force some kind of reckoning in East Asia. That means unifying the Korean Peninsula and removing the colonial government in Japan. And the Japanese military is going along with this. So the U.S. military in East Asia, if they want to keep, their role as a world policeman and stuff, they're going to have to deal with this change, because they're not going to be able to stop it. That's the thing I wanted to get through here today.
Okay, so I mean, that's actually one topic that I didn't have on my list, but since you brought it up, you think that North Korea, are we going to see some kinetic action in East Asia?
No, I think that what'll happen is the U.S. will blink, because they're not going to trade New York and Los Angeles for Pyongyang, especially because the North Koreans can get their population underground. The Americans cannot.
And where did they acquire these weapons, or did they develop them on their own? I mean, that's a lot of warheads.
Donald Rumsfeld originally gave them to them, your former defense secretary.
Ah, Well, that makes a lot of sense. Wow.
Let,
Okay.
let me explain. Like, you want to hear that story, or
If you've got time, sure, I'd love to hear it.
all right? What happened was after he retired, he went to work for the defense industry, and what happened was during the Cold War, a huge amount of money was spent to figure out ways to shoot down Soviet medium-range missiles. And then the Cold War ended, and they had all these anti-missile defenses, and they had nowhere to sell them. So Rumsfeld went to North Korea and said, look, we're going to give you all these missiles, and we're going to give you some nuclear weapons. And we'll pay you $100 million to shoot a missile over Japan, right? And then they did that. And then the defense industry went to Japan and said, look at those crazy North Koreans. They got all these Tepidongs, which are, old Soviet missiles, but we've got something to shoot them down with.
Okay.
Patriot missiles. And there was just marketing missile defense to Japan. But the ended up giving North Korea a complete nuclear arsenal. And I think that's why Rumsfeld was later executed by the U.S. military for treason.
Wow.
That's a story that's not out there. Okay. Well,
all right. Well, I'm glad you shared that one. Okay. Well, I was gonna switch gears a little bit to Sudan because that's been getting a lot of attention as well. And there's been some discussion about whether or not the deep state is going to the cabal is going to try to roll out another pandemic, specifically this Marburg disease that they've been kind of integrating into the narrative in mainstream media for several months now. And now we're coming to find out that amidst the fighting, apparently a bio lab went up in flames. And I've heard reports that there's been an outbreak of Marburg there. So I'm curious to hear your intel on Sudan. Just lay it out for us.
All right. What I found out about Sudan was that some kind of IMF-led so-called interim government got set up there. In other words, a neo-colonial regime was set up, and they were going to use Sudan as a base for operations to retake Africa. Because what's happened is the Western cabal has been losing control of Africa to the Chinese and the Russians. The Russian Wagner Military Corporation went into all these African countries and said, look, right now, all your resources are being taken out of the country and you're getting paid nothing. We will, if you hire us as your bodyguards, we'll make sure that you get a fair price for your resources. And they're being kicked out of all of Africa. And so they were going to set up major counterattack in Sudan. And the Russians made their move. They were going to open a military port in Sudan. And so it was a showdown that took place. But what ended up happening was that Sudanese holy warriors went in and attacked this whole sort of cabal fake government. And you can know that's true because the first things they attacked were the biolabs and the central bank. The central bank in Sudan got burned up. That was a Rothschild bank. And the biolabs got burned up.
Okay,
so
I hadn't heard that. Yeah.
That they've been basically kicked out of Sudan. And that's what's really happening.
Do you think they're going to try to hit us with another pandemic with the Marburg? Have you heard any?
They've been trying ever since George Bush Jr. And for some reason, everything they've tried has failed. I mean, they hit us with bird flu, with SARS, with Ebola. And it looks like natural human immunity is just crushing all these diseases. That's why they started to use 5G electromagnetic energy, which was what they called the COVID. And there's plenty of proof that's electromagnetic attack. But even if they do release it, it's not going to work because it hasn't. If it had, they would have done it already because they wanted to kill 90% of us like 20 years ago, and they haven't been able to. So I wouldn't worry about it. That's ignore their fear porn, and no disease is going to kill you. So don't worry about it. Okay, that's my conclusion.
All right, I love it. All right, well, let's switch gears a little bit. I want to hit as many bases as we can. Let's talk a little bit about Russia and Mexico. Now, I've heard that they're starting to develop a warmer relationship. That Lavrov, what's the president's name? Obrador, is that it?
Obrador, yeah, or
Obrador.
He's got, these Mexicans have these long names, right? But I think it's Manuel, whatever. Anyway, the Mexicans just call him AMLO.
AMLO. Okay, so I've heard that Lavrov met with him, and there's this agreement to bring Mexico under the umbrella. I don't know if they're going to directly be a BRICS nation, but to bring them under the umbrella of the BRICS alliance, essentially to help them rebuild their economy as well as offer military protection. But then I've also, I think it was in your recent newsletter, you talked about how Obrador has been replaced, that he was taken out, along with, I believe you said, Erdogan as well. So I just wanted to hear you talk about that a little bit.
Okay, well, I actually have, direct Mexican sources at a high level, and they are the ones who alerted me that. Now, I knew that Lavrov was on the tour of Latin America, and then he was going to Nicaragua. And I heard that a secret meeting had been arranged with AMLO in Nicaragua to bring Mexico into the BRICS alliance. And AMLO had been saying publicly such things for a long time. He was not going along with the cabal line. And they said that he had been killed. They sent me a photograph of his dead body. And the same thing happened with Erdogan in Turkey. He had sort of started attacking. He was saying he was taking Turkey out of NATO. And they both disappeared at the same time, supposedly from COVID-19, which we all know is just to say that they've been grabbed. And
it's code,
and my own sources in the CIA said they were both killed with electromagnetic weapons. So they both disappeared for a few days, and then they reappeared looking much younger and reading a different script. Now, I don't have this as good sources in Turkey as I do in Mexico, but what I found out in Mexico was that the man now pretending to be AMLO is a lookalike who looks younger. He has a little earpiece, and the press secretary uses a chat GPT, artificial intelligence to mimic what the real AMLO would have answered to a question. And then he dictates it into the guy's ear, and then the guy just speaks it to make it look like it's still the original. But he has been replaced, according to my Mexican sources. And the Mexican cartels are not happy about this, and this is not going to go down very well. I think they're going to go straight for the top. I've heard that they're going to actually go straight after the Rockefellers and the Soroses. They're not going to deal with the dogs. They're going to go straight for the master. That's what I've heard. So that thing is blowing up in their faces big time. The same in Turkey. I mean, they after.
So you're saying that the cartels are going to go after this deep state leadership? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I've heard. Versa? Yeah.
Okay. Because I was hoping that maybe they would take out the cartels, that if Russia was allied with Mexico, that they might be kind of using their military perhaps to take down the cartels. But you're saying other way around.
Take down the cartels is to legalize drugs and then regulate them so that they don't kill people. There's a lot of prescription drugs that are sold that could kill people, but they're not, because they're carefully manufactured with exact doses and warning labels and stuff. And if you do that with things like fentanyl, you could stop the killing. And the cartels say very clearly, we don't make fentanyl. That's the Chinese doing it,
That's right.
So the way to control the cartels is to legalize them, tax them, and regulate them. And that's the way to do it. Not to try to, this endless war on drugs, what's going on for 40 years is just made the situation worse. Driving people underground. Another example is heroin. If you were able to go to the doctor and get a heroin injection every day, you could live to be 90, right? But if you rely on illegal heroin, one day it's 50% pure, one day it's 20% pure, you're going to die of an overdose. So I'm in favor of legalizing it and regulating it because that's the way to minimize the damage and to take money away from transnational criminal organizations.
Well, one of the things that a lot of folks are saying is that it's the cartel money that really is propping up the economic system to a large extent, the fiat system that they're using. And, it's the money laundering networks, of course, but it's also the cartel's participation that really makes the wheels go round. So it kind of begs the question. I mean, if the cartels are never going to go away, how do we bring down this economic system, and how do we usher in a better one?
Well, I actually talked to cartel people, and from their point of view, CIA stands for Cocaine Importing Agency.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Yeah,
yeah, but again, like I say, the money laundering of the drug money and the human trafficking money is what keeps this whole transnational Khazarian mafia network going. And again, as far as drugs are concerned, legalizing and regulating them is a way to take the money out of the underground and bring it to a place where they're actually paying taxes and contributing to society. And legalization usually leads to a decrease in consumption and a huge drop in deaths. So that's the only way. I mean, they've tried to wipe it out, and it's just not working, and it won't work. It's been, this stuff has been around for like literally thousands and thousands of years. Things like opium and marijuana or whatever, and just minimizing the damage is the best strategy.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's jump over to Israel for a moment. There's been a lot going on over there with Netanyahu's so-called judicial reform, which could basically function as a get-out-of-jail-free card for him because he's up on all types of corruption charges. But this is, very recently sparked these nationwide protests, the biggest they've seen there, I think, in the 75 years since the Rothschilds created the state of Israel. But given the Zionist occupation of the Holy Land, and you touched upon, the difference between real Jews and, these Zionists, these Satan worshipers, obviously Israel is a very important target for the alliance. And Q told us, and I don't know to what extent you really followed Q, but that Israel would be saved for last. So what's your assessment of the political paradigm in Israel? Lay it on us.
Yeah, all right. What's happened was that the Israelis have figured out that the Holocaust was Jews killing Jews. Okay, there was a group of Jews under the sort of Chabad type of group, who said that they killed the assimilated Jews. They murdered Jews to force them out of your ancient homeland of Europe, the Ashkenazis, into Israel. And they've figured this out now. And what happened was when the establishment started supporting open Nazis, followers of this guy Bandera in the Ukraine, who killed 1.5 million Jews in the Holocaust. When they saw the Western establishment supporting the people who killed the Jews, that finally woke them up to the fact that the Nazis were created by a Jewish fanatical faction. And that's what happened. The Jewish people finally woken up to the fact that it was their own leadership that killed them to try to force them into Israel. And so what's happened is the military has taken over there, and they are, the Netanyahu fired his defense minister, and then he was forced to reinstate him, and he is no longer in power. He's been sidelined. And I've heard is that literally the Jews are going to be freed from Babylonian control, because that's what the Satanism is, for the first time in 3,000 years. And that this will be a very really historical thing, but
absolutely,
yeah, they will be freed. The Jews will be freed. That's what I'm hearing.
And do you think that Iran is going to participate? Do you think that the Middle Eastern nations are going to play a role militarily, or do you think that's going to be primarily the IDF and the people of Israel? Because it seems to me like the IDF is siding with the people. So how do you see that revolution taking place?
Militarily speaking, the IDF know that they're very strong, but that they could not take on the entire Middle East, including Turkey. So what they're going to do is, while they're strong, they're going to negotiate a deal with their neighbors so they can live in peace permanently. And that's what's going to happen. It's not. Awesome. It's going to be a bumpy road, but basically, they realize that negotiating peace from strength is the best strategy, and a much better strategy than trying to fight all their neighbors. And that's what's going to happen. So it'll be okay. There's not going to be a big war there.
All right. I just have a couple more questions for you. I know you're pressed for time, but I just want to hit a couple more subjects here, and then I'll let you go. This has been a great conversation, by the way. I wanted to talk about Brazil a little bit and get your take on Lula and Bolsonaro. I mean, they're trying to push through all these draconian censorship laws under Lula's administration. And so, it raises a whole bunch of questions about Brazil, especially given the fact that they're an original member of the BRICS alliance that is really being spearheaded by Xi and Putin, who are white hats. So what's going on in Israel? Sorry, Brazil.
in
Sorry.
Brazil. You know, Bolsonaro had huge support of the people, but what I heard was there was a consensus that because he was overseeing accelerated destruction of the Amazon, that the green people, the you know, the so-called global warming faction, and that's all nonsense, but that's a topic for another day. Allied with the BRICS people to say, okay, we got to remove Bolsonaro, and they put in Lula, who is one of the founding members of the BRICS. But while people with a dark agenda were trying to use Lula for their, you know, social control, the mark of the beast type system, he is now being taken under the control of the BRICS and the Planetary Liberation Alliance, and he's not going to be allowed to do the bad things that people who were trying to put him in power were trying to accomplish. So I've heard that the Lula regime has now been taken over by the White Hats, but originally it was a mixed bag of you know, alliances of convenience.
All right, 2 more questions for you. What are the remaining cabal strongholds as you see them right now? Because obviously we're still very much in a war, but where do they really, where's their final, you know, last stand going to be? And where are they still clinging to power most heavily?
I'd say the Silicon Valley, the people around Google and those high-tech companies, and then around Lake Geneva, you know, there's like 200 different agencies there that issue passports that give people diplomatic immunity. They can go anywhere in the world and kill people, and all of these ISIS, Al Qaeda, whatever type people being paid in Swiss francs through Switzerland. So I would say their last strongholds are the area around Lake Geneva and the area around Silicon Valley.
All right. Okay. Well, my last question for you, Ben, and I could go on and on. I could pick your brain all day long, but I'm going to respect your time. Do you see us getting to the next election cycle here in the United States in 2024? Do you see us getting there without an EBS type of scenario happening in the meantime? Because I think a lot of folks are wondering, are we going to have another election, another stolen election? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think we're going to have military intervention before that?
I don't think this whole charade is going to last until 2024. I really don't. I think it's all going to be ended before that, because, you know, another. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on March 22nd, 2024. Now, March 22nd is 322. That's the number on the Skull and Bones. Now, I actually went to Italy to meet the P2 Freemason Satanists, and they Leo Zagami took me to the original first Catholic church built by Constantine's mother in Rome, and in the basement they have the original Skull and Bones carving. I'll try to post photographs I took on the Monday report. But according to them, when you cross the 2 bones and you put it by the skull, it's a symbol of resurrection, or the resurrection of Jesus Christ. For what it's worth, we are dealing with, at the very top levels of world power, especially in the West, with religious fanatics who are going according to these ancient books, and they are in a very desperate situation now. They've been trying very hard to create an artificial Armageddon and end times before they get strung up from lampposts. And in their kind of sick scenario, it's pretty obvious that Barack Obama has played the role of the Antichrist. Why do I say that? Well, everybody who knows the Biden regime is controlled not by Joe Biden, which is practically everybody at this point. They know that the real president has been Barack Obama, and behind him are the satanic Rockefeller family. You can tell this because all the cabinet positions are held by members of the Council on Foreign Relations who work for the Rockefellers. And since this Biden regime began, what happened? Well, they tried to murder everybody on Earth with vaccines. They have been trying to, release bioweapons through from the Ukraine to kill us all. They've been trying to starve us all by, bankrupting farmers and destroying processing facilities. They've been trying very hard with this digital ID and to implement a mark of the beast system. I mean, they've sort of crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's as far as their fake scenario. And what's worrying me is that because we're dealing with desperate cornered rats who are fighting for their lives and are still very powerful, they're up to something for sure. Now, they talk about some kind of solar eclipse on April 8th, which is, a very special Jewish holy day. And they talk about it forming a cross in the middle of Middle America where the Christians live. And it's clear they're planning some sort of mass casualty event or humongous sacrifice to Moloch or Satan. And now we find out they have these red heifers, these cows in Israel that they're planning to sacrifice in a fire sacrifice, in other words, to Moloch, a Holocaust. And they want to use these ashes to consecrate the temple. So between now and April 22nd, it's clear that these wacko fanatics are going to try very hard to kill an awful lot of us. So we need to be proactive, and the people who can do this are the military. We need to hunt these people down, remove them from all positions of power and control. It's the only way. And if we don't do that, some very bad things are going to happen. This is beyond a doubt. Now, another thing I've noticed that shows something is going on with these people is that Barack Obama or some, clone or whatever, surgically altered actor playing the role, whatever. They play the role of Barack Obama. They went to number 10 Downing Street in London, the home of the British Prime Minister, the house slave Rishi Sunak. And it looks like what happened was they pressured Sunak, who is a compromised individual, to stop a planned announcement of the death of King Charles. And they also are trying to cover up the fact that Kate Middleton was killed in a occult sacrifice to Satan as a part of these preparations these fanatics are carrying out. Now they trotted out after that visit. They trotted out a obviously fake Kate Middleton. Even BBC people are saying that's not her. And then they had they released a blurry picture of King Charles. Now, remember, these are people who can photograph a soldier's ID badge from using a satellite in space, okay? And you're telling me that all they can come up with is a blurry picture? They're trying to preserve the appearance that they control the financial system by having this fake Charles or preside over the Committee of 300 and the ability to create money. Now, the problem with these people is that they did not create the universe. Reality was created by the creator, and if you want to call that nature or God, that's up to you. But the point is, we did not create ourselves. Something else created us. And there is an actual physical creation we're all living in. And that creation ultimately decides what's going to happen, no matter what these people try to do to avoid it. And the reality is, for example, that the Japanese have now won World War II or World War III. They're Asians because the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere that they were planning now de facto exists. All the economies East Asia are integrated, and the Eurasian landmass is now integrated, and the economic center of gravity, the demographic center of gravity, everything is moved to East Asia. And this is the reality in the real world. This is what we're talking about, actual physical factories, stuff being put into ships, people, anything that's actually real, as opposed to financial numbers on computers. Now, the Asians have reached a deal with the white hats in the West to monetize $100 trillion worth of bonds. These are backed by gold, held by Asians. And the idea is to split it 50-50, East and West. So 50 trillion for the West, 50 trillion for the East. And this would be used for development projects to end poverty, stop environmental destruction, and then ask people what they want, what sort of world they want, and then try to make that happen. So this is a positive development that the Satanists, who, let's face it, they're anti-life. They're trying to kill us. They're trying to destroy the world. They're against the life force. And the white hats are with the life force, together with the Asians and the global South. So we're at some sort of climactic battle, but I know that the actual creation is with the white hats, and so we will win for sure. But we're in for a real kind of climax of some sort between now and April 22nd. I don't usually like to make predictions like this, but this time the signs are all there. Now, one more thing I wanted to touch upon is I had an interview with Sean Stone earlier this week, and following that interview, I got a lot of different emails. Now, the first thing is MI6 confirmed finally that Robert David Steele was killed. He wasn't given a new identity, and he was killed because he exposed a trading platform based in Antarctica that was used by elite royal pedophiles. And that's why he was killed. Now, a person of interest and someone I want to ask about this, of course, is Sacha Stone, because Sacha Stone was the person who was mainly responsible for his bus tour of the United States, which was a preparation for his running for president. They had some sort of falling out, and then he was taken to a Florida hospital, intubated, and killed. I don't believe he just checked himself in. That just doesn't make sense. I know the man. I met him. He spent time here in Japan. So this is an ongoing battle. But like I say, the white hat military are on the march. I've been told by French intelligence that between now and April 10th, a lot of world leaders in the West are going to vanish from the stage. Let's see. I'm just telling you what they told me, but everybody needs to be alert and ready to do what they personally can. And remember, whatever is closest to you is most important. Worry about your own food supply, your own loved ones, your own neighborhood before you think about bigger things, because that's where the battle is going to be settled. So everybody, make sure your own immediate environment is safe and you have plans, contingency plans. For example, your neighborhood comes up with some sort of agreement what to do if a bunch of armed illegal aliens come in, stuff like that. Just make sure your own personal surroundings are safe, and we should get through this and finally put an end to this horrific nightmare that our planet has been going through. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. If it is still true that the tax money that we send to the IRS is not sent to the US government and instead is sent to some deep state entity in Europe, then how is this money supported renegade US military forces capturing children in Haiti?
I think the renegade U.S. forces capturing children in Haiti are financed by the satanic oligarchs, and the money comes from the selling of the adrenochrome to the elites. They're not working for the Republic of the United States of America. They are rogue mercenaries. The official U.S. Army, and especially I would like to say the Marines, the Air Force, and the Navy, they're a lot cleaner than the Army, from my own research, are with the American people. And they have their own dollar printing press. They're the people behind Elon Musk and X, and also behind TikTok and Larry Ellison. And this group has their own money and don't need IRS money, which doesn't go to them anyway. So they are with the people, and any forces you're seeing doing stuff like harvesting adrenochrome are mercenaries, and according to the international military law, mercenaries can be killed on site. They don't have the rights of official soldiers. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. As you said, and is well known, a lot of our personal products were made with sterilization poison to reduce the population. Why are the products still on the shelves? Why is Quaker Oatmeal still in business and selling cancer-causing oatmeal to every man, woman, and child on the planet? Why do they get to keep doing this? No one is going to believe anything you or I say when you could just walk into any store and purchase it. If it's poison and it's proven that it's poison, it should be taken off the shelves, and these people need to be prosecuted. Otherwise, we all sound like idiots. What are your thoughts, and what can we do about this?
Well, this is what the whole battle has been about. I mean, there's the Swiss study, and then a recent other study shows that approximately 90% of transnational corporations are controlled by 700 individuals. And as long as they control these transnational corporations, they're going to still, carry out mischief. Now, I know there's a military campaign to remove control of the corporations from these individuals. In the meantime, what can you do? Well, one thing I've noticed, for example, is in a lot of U.S. products, if you look at the ingredients, there's a little circle with a K in the middle, and that means kosher. And that's a sort of code word saying this product is safe. But what people can do in the meantime, and this is the excuse they gave when they wanted to push this stuff over the regulators, they say, hey, people can make their own choice. And the information is out there. You can do your own research and find out which ingredients are poisonous and avoid them. For example, I used to buy shampoo that had sodium lauryl sulfate in it, and then I found out it's cancer causing, and now I buy shampoo that doesn't have that in it or other things in it. And you can all do that. So the information is out there, and it's on the labels. So until these people are arrested, and they will be arrested, and until we can stop them from putting poisons into our daily supplies, you can educate yourself about what the poisons are and avoid them. There are products out there that are not poisonous, and that's what you need to do until this battle is over. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. If there was to be a jubilee and a redistribution of assets, and if every person received a larger sum of money in their bank accounts, could that be a problem as far as there would be no material incentive to work, which would cause negative consequences for economic growth and productivity, and probably move us into somewhat of a socialist society? Are you concerned about this?
No, because this is not what the elite were proposing, which is basic income. What this is a one-off deal. So you end up owning your own residence, so you won't have to pay rent. And if you had a mortgage, it'll be canceled, so you won't have to pay your mortgage. You won't have to pay taxes. But it's a one-off deal. If you want to buy groceries or buy beer or something, you're going to have to work. The welfare will be deliberately set at the very bare minimum of survival so that people have an incentive to work. In other words, if you want to drink beer or take a holiday, you got to work. And because sitting around depending on government money is a soul-destroying thing, and we don't want that. And the other thing, of course, is that this will be planned in such a way is that any redistribution will be closely in line with the real world. So there won't be inflation. It'll be designed so it won't be inflationary. But remember, it's not a permanent welfare state. It's a one-off return of stolen property. That's all it is. And that would be like a spark to set off an incredible economic boom. This was what happened in Japan, for example. After World War II, they redistributed all the farmland, which is owned by a few elite oligarchs. And what happened as a result was decades of double-digit economic growth, and everybody was middle class, or most people were. And this only ended when they force the Japanese to submit again to control by the Khazarian mafia. But anyway, it's just not, it's a one-off deal. It's not a permanent welfare state. Next question.
Hey Ben, I've been watching multiple documentaries about reptilians. It seems that cameras glitch when the shape-shifting beings appear. It looks like any world's parliament has a few of these animals within. How is it possible that only one Dutch MP has exposed this? Why are they hiding this matter?
You know, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. I have personally met so-called, and we've seen with my own naked eyes, so-called reptilians like George Soros or a few others. But the point is, they just look like ordinary human beings to me. And I think the reptilian thing is more of a metaphor for the members of the Khazarian mafia, the group that practices human sacrifice and carries out secret control. But as far as I can tell, these are actual human beings and not shape-shifting aliens. I have not found credible evidence for this.
Do you believe that instead of these people maybe being reptilian, that there's some sort of demonic presence among them? You refer to the Khazarian mafia as being Satanists.
I have seen people who appear to come under remote control from some sort of like thought forms or some kind of entities that are able to hijack human beings and take them over. That I have seen with my own eyes, and that's real. So I think when the Catholics refer to fallen angels, they're referring to some kind of thought forms. And I was told this by Pentagon people too, that are capable of hijacking humans. That is real and needs to be investigated further. And I think the exorcisms of the Catholic Church are actually a battle against such entities. And you know, I find I didn't come to this conclusion based on faith. I'm a scientist and a journalist, and I check facts in the real world. And having seen this personally, I know it's real. Okay, next question. Oh, one last thing. When I see these people, often their pupils turn entirely black. I've seen that. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. It seems the Democrats that want to destroy this country will not give up power without significant fight. Do you expect the Biden, aka Obama administration, to pull another worldwide crisis to steal the election yet again? If so, do you expect them to try and take it via health, blue beam, or solar flare route?
Well, they're already, printing out money like crazy to hire foreign criminals and bring them into the United States to help protect them from the American people. So that's something they're up to. And as I mentioned in my talk, they're definitely planning some sort of massive blue beam type mass casualty event for Central America around April 8th. So we need to fight and stop them before that date, if possible. And I'm certainly doing everything I can, and I know a lot of other people are too, and I know the military white hats are with us, so we should be able to stop this. Well, okay, thanks for tuning in, and hope to see you next week. It's probably the hospitalization of King Charles of the United Kingdom, and at the same time, his daughter-in-law is also being hospitalized. Now, the official story is that King Charles has got a prostate operation, and I forget what the daughter-in-law, some kind of abdominal surgery. But what I've heard from my own MI6 sources is that they were involved in the same plot for a massive false flag that led to the removal of U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and top Marine General Eric Smith. So this is part of, again, a white hat takedown of an attempted massive false flag. Now, there are contradictions about whether or not Prince William will take over. I've seen news reports saying that he will take over the duties of King Charles and probably take over as king. However, my own MI6 royal sources tell me that he is also being suspended from his duties. So something else might happen there. But in any case, this is a visible sign of change. So you have a U.S. Defense Secretary, a Marine General, and then a King being removed. Now, the other big one is so-called climate envoy John Kerry of the Skull and Bones. And he's one of the Octagon group I've heard from before, and he's resigning. So he was also probably part of that. But that removes a lot of key players, and it's a sign that some kind of takedown is happening, and you can see it publicly. Now, the other sign is that even though the U.S. government did kick the can down the road and avoid bankruptcy, this was a budget proposal. If you look at the details, you'll notice it's only funding parts of the U.S. government that actually work, like the Department of Agriculture. And there's no money for Ukraine. There's no money for Israel. So that's big. And despite that, of course, we need to wait to see either the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu or announcement of his death before we know this is really over. Now, the other people who obviously have to be publicly removed in a way for all to see is the election-stealing mass murderer Justin Trudeau in Canada and his sidekick Chrystia Freeland. Actually, it's the other way around, but in any case. Victoria Nuland at the U.S. State Department was one of the architects of this big Ukraine fiasco. We have to see Vladimir Zelensky arrested or killed, together with Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, and these other people are still there. So it's not over, but clearly something is happening. Now, the other thing I hear, last week I did some reporting in the real world, and I met a North Korean envoy, someone who's, representing the North Korean regime. And they told me a few interesting things. The first one is that they are not going to start a war. They understand that they're dealing with a wounded lion, and that even a wounded lion, they're referring to the current U.S. regime, of course, can cause a lot of damage, and the obvious strategies to wait for it to die, and that's what they're doing. So they're not going to, if you see some kind of missile attack blamed on North Korea, it won't be North Korea. It'll be the Khazarian mafia trying to start World War III and blaming something on North Korea. Now, the other thing they told me is that their intelligence indicates that a single Aegis-class U.S. destroyer or ship has the technical capability of shutting down all wireless communications all over the planet simultaneously. So there is the technology there to completely shut down at least the wireless part of the internet. And they think that it might happen. So this is what I got from the North Koreans. Now, my own view, I've interviewed survivors of North Korean concentration camps, and I've talked to a lot of people about this over the years. And personally, I think it's actually, despite all the propaganda against them, a better regime than the one in South Korea. Because the one in South Korea was basically wiping out the population. They have the lowest birth rate on Earth, and this is deliberate. They're being sterilized and neutralized, and the men are being feminized. And if you cannot have children, then your society is not functioning. This is the same thing with China. The current regime, the current way they're managing their social economic system is contrary to life, because women don't want to have children in the current environment. That means some kind of very fundamental reset is going to take place. Now, on that end, I also talked to a very senior Asian royal last week. It's actually still this week, sorry. But I got some information about what the BIS people, the current controllers of the world financial system, are doing. Now, the fact is that Asian royals have always been involved in the Federal Reserve Board in coordination with European royals. It's always been that way at the highest level. Now, what I'm hearing is that the Asians who control the US dollar outside of the United States, basically the euro dollar, have been systematically gathering up all the dollar bills that have been printed that are located outside of the United States, and they have been destroying them, and have actually printed out a replacement currency. And according to this source, I'm just telling you what this source, who is a senior royal, told me, is that the something will happen in March, and that fits in with the Fed unwinding all its support for banks also in March. So let's see if something happens in March. Now, the other indication that something is happening is that the Japanese 10,000 yen bill, which is the equivalent of a US $100 bill in terms of how it's used, is being replaced in July. That's in the newspaper. That's public announcement. So some kind of financial event is being planned. However, according to their version of what they want to do, is they're going to cancel all debt on a country level. So, all debts held by governments will be, wiped off the slate. But they don't have such a plan for individuals or corporations. Instead, their plan is to pump out and hand out lots of money to lots of people. I don't know if I agree with this, but this is what they are doing. And these are the people who control the BIS and the whole Basel business. So if we want to have a real Jubilee, we're going to have to still fight, and force them to cancel private personal debt as well as a one-off thing. And that's not there yet, but this is what direct sources are telling me. Now, the other thing is, I've also been in communication with the Iranians. The British, wanted to reach some sort of peace with Iran over the shutting off of the Red Sea and stuff. But the Iranians do not want to talk to the British or the West until they prove with their actions on the ground that something has changed. So again, Netanyahu has to go. That's like a non-negotiable thing. And the Iranians also attacked Mossad headquarters in Iraq, I believe it is, in Erbil, and then also in Pakistan. Now, this is the terrorists, ISIS, the Israeli Satanic Intelligence Service, and all these other Al-Qaeda. These are all Western fronts, and they attacked them because it's not actually an attack officially on a government. So it's not a reason for war. You see, they're very clever because they're pretending that the West pretends that ISIS is some kind of Islamic thing that has nothing to do with them, when in fact they call the shots. But if ISIS is attacked, they can't say, hey, you're attacking the USA. So it was a very clever move, and the Pakistani terrorists too were hit, and the Pakistanis hit back. But again, it's not going to lead to World War III. Things are being calmed down. So that's an interesting development that I've kept my eyes on. Let me just quickly check my notes. Okay. The ongoing or just about to end conference at Davos World Forum shows what the bad guys are still planning. They say it out front. They're still threatening us with a disease X that was 100% kill rate. That's BS, okay? They've been trying to kill us ever since George Bush Jr. took over, and then there was a Nazi coup d'etat after 9/11. And for some reason, they have been unable to do it, and this disease X is the same. They're not going to be able to kill their way out of this. That's not going to happen. Now they're saying rebuild trust, and I see what they mean now. They're trying to use the UNESCO to set up an international censorship regime for the internet, which I'm opposed to. However, I will say this about the internet, is that we do need certain rules. I personally am a victim of people like Judy Byington who fraudulently produce articles under my name. They're not written by me, but they put my name on it. There are also many pirate sites who steal my stuff and then ask for donations or use my name to sell financial products, fraudulent financial products. So there does need to be some kind of regulation, but not what the UNESCO people are planning, which is, mind control by them to try to, put the sheeple back to sleep. And that's not going to happen. Their plan is to hand out everyone a bunch of cash and put them back to sleep. We're not going to let that happen. And I'm glad to see the European farmers are on the warpath. And I don't think the current regime in the EU will last much longer. Scholz and van der Leyen, they're all on their way out. But we have to actually see it happen. Now, here in Japan, too, obviously the slave regime and Ambassador Rahm Emanuel, these people have to go, and they will go. Things are in motion. But again, the strategy is to wait for the collapse in the United States of the regime and not to make any radical move here unilaterally. This is being coordinated with the Japanese underworld, with the North Koreans, with everybody. So the policy is, let's wait for the head of the octopus to be taken down and not fight with the arms. And that's what's going on. So I'm very optimistic. But again, until you see Netanyahu's announced that he's either dead or arrested for war crimes, and until you see people like Bill Gates arrested in front of the cameras, it's not over. And we must never underestimate these people. They're planning something nasty, as they always are. And we need to keep ready to fight until this is finally over. Well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You mentioned that Japan earthquake in Ishikawa Prefecture was done using electromagnetic weapons ordered by Rear Admiral Karl Lati. From my research, the quake was 10 km deep, just like Dawn's cleanups, but the White Hats wouldn't do any kind of demolition, which would hurt civilians. So I took it that the cabal blew up their underground facility to damage Japan for not obeying orders, just like they did for 3.11 Fukushima.
Well, it was the Maeda clan based in Ishikawa Prefecture where they were pushing for the removal of the current emperor, and this was an attempt to say, no, we want to have our puppet as the symbolic head of state of Japan. That's why they were attacked.
Politicians and politics, not about humans. As humans, we want peace, we want prosperity, but my questions are about China. What you think about China, what you know about China. For example, last time there was a fire in Hawaii, which burned down Lahaina city. The same time, we had also reported, I watched Rees report. Maybe you're familiar with Rees report. I watched it. It said there were 2 Chinese satellites who can use directed energy weapons above Lahaina at that time. So my question is, do you think it was China?
No, and let me explain why. I have been involved, as you mentioned, with secret societies. And one thing that the Chinese have asked the Western secret societies is that the Hawaii should be once again an independent country. Unlike other U.S. states, they didn't vote to become part of the United States. They were conquered by mercenaries working for a pineapple company. But anyway, the point is that if the Chinese, the place that got attacked was where all the native Hawaiians lived. And all the millionaires and billionaires' houses were left alone. Only the poor native Hawaiians who happened to own really good real estate in a really good part of the island had their homes burned. So why would the Chinese attack the people who support them in Hawaii? You see what I mean? It doesn't make sense. And why would they leave alone the billionaires' houses? So they don't have, it doesn't make sense. I know they're trying to shift the blame on China, but if China was going to attack somewhere, they would attack Washington, D.C. or something like that. They wouldn't go and attack native Hawaiians.
Yeah, because it was anyway globalist agenda to convert Lahaina into smart city. So they have that plan of 15-minute cities, and they want to burn down places like in Canada, in British Columbia, right? They burn down places and they want to build smart cities, 15-minute cities.
Okay, now in Canada it's different because the places they burned were in the middle of nowhere. This was more about creating a fear campaign for their new climate change agenda. They want people to be scared, so they need fires and floods and other things to make them scared, so they would obey their rules for climate change, you know, which is what they're trying to do now that the pandemic failed.
What people in Canada think about Poland being upset about recent developments, like Justin Castro applauding some Ukrainian Nazi Jarosław Hunka soldier.
Here's what you have to understand. A lot of the Ukrainian Canadians, fled at the time of the Tsar. They fled persecution, and they have sort of deep historical anger towards Russia. And there's a very large community of them. Most of the other Canadians couldn't care less. So what happens is the politicians, they go for the one, they can get all the Ukrainian votes just by listening to them. So they listen to them because it's politically useful. And then the rest of the Canadians got brainwashed. But the problem is that their own propaganda blew up in their face because they also spent all the years after the war attacking the Nazis on TV and movies and stuff and making the bad guys. And suddenly they're supporting a Nazi. And then people are starting to realize that many of the Ukrainians who came after World War II, I'm not talking about the ones that came more than a century ago, were Nazis. They were involved in, large-scale massacres of Polish people and Russians and Jewish people and all sorts of other people. They were very bad people, and they kind of took over the Canadian government, unfortunately. It's a big disaster for Canada, but I think the Canadians are waking up, and the Jewish people are waking up. They're finally realizing that, the Nazis were themselves Sabbatean Frankist Jews who are not real Jews because they believe that they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest, which is something that a normal Jew would find appalling. But it's all coming out now. Their propaganda kind of contradicted itself. So on the one hand, they're saying the Nazis are bad, and then the next hand, and then they start saying the Russians are bad, and then we find out that they're working with the Nazis. Anyway, they're all confused, and their propaganda is falling apart, and people are waking up.
That's good. That's great. In Poland, not many people are waking up, but I think maybe 10% of Polish people wake up. It's better than in Japan, because in Japan, I think it's like 1% of Japanese wake up.
No. I mean, a lot more Japanese refused vaccinations, for example, than Canadians. So there is a very large awake part of Japan. But the important thing is that, let me talk about a scandal that happened with the New York Police Department. 10% of the police were corrupt. 10% of the police were like completely clean. And 80% were scared of the corrupt 10%. But when the good 10% took action, then the 80% went with them. And so something is happening like that in the world now, where the white hats, the good people, are taking action, and the 80% who are scared of the bad people say, finally, let's go with them. So we're reaching a turning point.
Okay, yeah, I think, we may witness Red October this time, because that we're gonna have this emergency broadcasting system test today. It is scheduled on federal level in US, and recently news from all over the world are saying that maybe Donald J. Trump is going to be selected for Speaker of the House. So something is brewing, something is going to happen.
Yeah, there are some signs, some very big signs that, for me, a very important one was the UK Defense Secretary said we're going to send troops to Ukraine, and then the Prime Minister said no, we're not. So that is a very big thing. It means that the UK has changed power, and the people who are in power now, who are above the Minister of Defense, do not want war in the Ukraine, and they want peace with Russia. In the United States, I've heard something similar has happened. That's why when Zelensky went, I call him Vladimir Zelensky because he's a Russian. They say Volodymyr and they change the spelling. That's a bunch of BS. He's a Russian Khazarian mafia gangster. He's not Ukrainian, okay? And he's been murdering lots of Ukrainian people. But in any case, he went to the United States. He got no money. And this is very important because without money, it's over. It was being laundered, as you know, through the Ukrainian central bank to cryptocurrency exchanges, and then used to bribe politicians and generals and stuff. Now all that bribe money has been cut off. And you know, thing about mercenaries, okay, is they're only mercenary if you pay them. If you don't pay them, they're not going to fight for you. And so they've lost everything just like that without the money. So it's changed. Yeah, something has already changed, and the signs are coming out more and more.
Yeah, this is very good news. If they don't have money for wars gonna end.
Now, I have a question for you. I've been told by my Russian sources and by British sources that they've agreed that they're going to allow a Polish-Lithuanian confederation. That means that Lithuania and Poland and large parts of the Ukraine will become a new country. Are you seeing anything like that on the ground?
You know, from the beginning of this Ukrainian-Russian military operation, from the beginning we heard from Polish President Andrzej Duda that he's gonna just dissolve borders between Poland and Ukraine and make one country out of Poland and Ukraine. Now they speak opposite. They say opposite things, but I think puppet masters had that plan. They have that plan to join some countries. Probably because BlackRock and Vanguard they want some part of Ukraine to be their own, and they want to control it. They cannot control it if Putin is controlling it, right? So they want it.
Okay, no. Let's understand another thing here.
It's insane. It's sick. To me, it's sick to do things like that because we are not used to be together. We are different. We have different cultures, and mixing people, mixing countries is bad for nation. It's
okay.
It's creating chaos.
All right. Let's start. I'm
not able to tell you because the position of Polish so-called government is changing, depending where the wind blows. You know.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to tell.
Well, okay. The thing that I've heard is that the reason the Russians have a huge army, they could just march right through the Ukraine and Poland if they wanted to. Instead, they're staying on their side of the Dnieper River because an agreement was reached a long time ago with the Illuminati that's where Russia would stop. That was the old line that was made between the Russian Tsar and King Frederick the Great way back when. And on one side of the Dnieper River, they're ethnically Russian. Most of the people speak Russian. They think of themselves as Russian. On this side, they think of themselves as Europeans. Now, as far as Poland and Lithuania and the Ukraine merging, I'm not an expert. I just know what I heard. And I know that historically, the Polish-Lithuanian Confederacy was as powerful as Russia back a few hundred years ago, and it got divided between Germany and Russia, and then Poland didn't exist again until 1918. But anyway, I think that when you're in a neighborhood of big bullies like Germany and Russia, it's better to stick together. But it's not for me to decide. I'm just telling what I heard, that they're going to unite those three countries into one. But that's just what the elite are saying, you know. Anyway.
Globalists, they want it. I mean, they put it in the news. We will see what happens, but it's not a good news for us if something like that, they start pursuing something like that. Anyway,
I think it's the important thing is that the war ends and the murder of innocent people ends and people go back to their normal lives. And I think that's what most people want. And I think that the new people on top at the elites, they want that too now. So I think something has changed, and the people who wanted to destroy Russia and divide it into many little countries have lost. And the people who wanted to start World War III have lost. And some sort of peace is going to come. And that's a good thing. Now, the details, you know, I think that should be left to the people and to democracy. But what I'm hearing is that the Pentagon and the British Empire no longer want to fight Russia. They want to make friends with Russia. And the reason why is because they know, and the Russians know, that if the European people don't unite, then they're just going to become slaves of the Chinese.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? You know, we can always talk again.
Many other things. First, I want to just comment on some reports that in Poland we had a protest against the government. I think it wasn't just a typical protest. It was organized. It was arranged by, I think, George Soros and his puppets. So recently, people were paid to join the protest, and it was before the elections. It was just a political play, because we have two main parties who just interchange, and they work in shifts. So one time one party is ruling, and the other time the other party, and they keep the media, and puppet masters pay the media to promote one party or another. So it is very organized, and nobody else can get elected. I tried once with my party and we couldn't, and I know how it works from behind the scenes. But you were saying something about information you're receiving from Polish intelligence, and my people ask if do you think we have good guys in Poland or only bad guys?
I think that the good guys are stronger than the bad guys in Poland now. But you know, the easy way to spot the bad guys, I mean, you can kind of tell. I mean, if they drive around a whole bunch of black cars and they have a whole bunch of men with guns guarding them, they're scared. That means that they're doing bad things. They're gangsters of some sort. And if they're just walking the street, shaking hands, and not afraid of the people, that's different. The other way you can tell is if they have lots of money, they can't explain where they got it from, then you know that they are puppets. So, you know, follow the money and you can figure out who's honest and who's not, and choose the ones who didn't accept bribes from the globalists.
So following the money, what do you think, in what state is now Federal Reserve? Because Federal Reserve as a building in District of Columbia was covered with some white sheets. Yeah. And I am wondering, is it now reporting to Secretary of the Treasury, or is it nationalized now, or is it still, you know, private corporation?
It's been fenced off and closed for a long time. But as long as you see Jerome Powell on the TV set saying that he's the governor of the Federal Reserve Board and he controls things, then it's not about a building. It's about when you see these people on TV. So, for example, even if they kill the original Hillary Clinton, if you still see a Hillary Clinton actor on TV, it means it's not over. And as long as you see this Jerome Powell out there saying he's the head of the Fed, then it doesn't matter what happens to that building. That's so I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. I think it's much more important that U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was fired after he postpone the bankruptcy of the U.S. corporation, which is what everybody needs on this planet, because they have been the source of terrorism and crime and all the problems of the world, and everybody is sick and tired of them. They've been constantly at war, constantly, creating fake terrorist groups as an excuse to steal resources. They have been creating biological weapons, and they're evil, and the United States got taken over by Satan worshiping gangsters. I know it's hard to believe, but it's now beyond a doubt. It's out in your face. You cannot deny it, and that means that we have to end the satanic control. That means bankrupting the U.S. corporation and just having a jubilee. We need that.
Yeah, let's see what happens with House of Representatives, who is going to be next speaker, because people, some news are saying that it's going to be Donald J. Trump.
All right, for me, I'd rather see the actor who's pretending to be Joe Biden being handcuffed and taken away in front of all the TV cameras. We know it's an actor, but it's the official position that matters.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for. We're looking to see an actual arrest in public of a lot of these people on the TV screens, not some secret tribunal that may or may not.
Hello, everybody. It's Hanna from Fab News. We have 4th of October, 2023. I'm talking today with renowned Canadian, Japanese journalist, Benjamin Fulford.
Thanks for having me on, Hanna.
I'm very happy to have a chance to talk to you because my viewers, they love you. You are famous in Poland. Many people read your reports every Monday. So people have questions to you, but I have my own questions too. About Japan, about Canada. I want to explain some stuff about Poland, and I'm very curious about what you think about China, because you speak Chinese, you speak Japanese, you know people from secret societies. So I'm very curious, what are your thoughts on Asian developments?
Okay, well, we'll start with that. Now, the first thing you need to understand is if you live a long time in a place, people are the same everywhere. Once you get over the little differences, and there's all kinds of people, but I think the best way to think of Asians is just another kind of European. I mean, and they don't have hostile intentions. They just want to be friends. And because they're hardworking, they have built a lot of economic power, and they're trying to use it responsibly. That's sort of the short answer.
Yeah, I know. People are, I used to live in Japan for 30 years, like you do. So my question is more about politicians and politics, not about humans. As humans, we want peace. We want prosperity. But my questions are about China. What you think about China, what you know about China. For example, last time there was a fire in Hawaii, which burned down Lahaina city. The same time, we had also reported, I watched Rees report. Maybe you're familiar with Rees report. I watched it. It said there were 2 Chinese satellites who can use directed energy weapons
Okay,
above Lahaina at that time. So my question is, do you think it was China?
No, and let me explain why. I have been involved, as you mentioned, with secret societies, and one thing that the Chinese have asked the Western secret societies is that the Hawaii should be once again an independent country. Unlike other U.S. states, they didn't vote to become part of the United States. They were conquered by mercenaries working for a pineapple company. But anyway, the point is that if the Chinese, the place that got attacked was where all the native Hawaiians lived. And all the millionaires and billionaires' houses were left alone. Only the poor native Hawaiians who happened to own really good real estate in a really good part of the island had their homes burned. So why would the Chinese attack the people who support them in Hawaii? You see what I mean? It doesn't make sense. And why would they leave alone the billionaires' houses? So they don't have, it doesn't make sense. I know they're trying to shift the blame on China, but if China was going to attack somewhere, they would attack Washington, D.C. or something like that. They wouldn't go and attack native Hawaiians.
Yeah, because it was anyway globalist agenda to convert Lahaina into smart city. So they have that plan of 15-minute cities, and they want to burn down places like in Canada, in British Columbia, right? They burn down places and they want to build smart cities, 15-minute cities.
Okay, now in Canada it's different because the places they burned were in the middle of nowhere. This was more about creating a fear campaign for their new climate change agenda. They want people to be scared, so they need fires and floods and other things to make them scared, so they would obey their rules for climate change, which is what they're trying to do now that the pandemic failed.
What people in Canada think about Poland being upset about recent developments, Justin Castro applauding some Ukrainian Nazi Jarosław Hunka soldier.
Here's what you have to understand. A lot of the Ukrainian Canadians, fled at the time of the Tsar. They fled persecution, and they have sort of deep historical anger towards Russia. And there's a very large community of them. Most of the other Canadians couldn't care less. So what happens is the politicians, they go for the one, they can get all the Ukrainian votes just by listening to them. So they listen to them because it's politically useful. And then the rest of the Canadians got brainwashed. But the problem is that their own propaganda blew up in their face because they also spent all the years after the war attacking the Nazis on TV and movies and stuff and making the bad guys. And suddenly they're supporting a Nazi. And then people are starting to realize that many of the Ukrainians who came after World War II, I'm not talking about the ones that came more than a century ago, were Nazis. They were involved in large-scale massacres of Polish people and Russians and Jewish people and all sorts of other people. They were very bad people, and they kind of took over the Canadian government, unfortunately. It's a big disaster for Canada, but I think the Canadians are waking up, and the Jewish people are waking up. They're finally realizing that, the Nazis were themselves Sabbatean Frankist Jews who are not real Jews because they they believe that they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest, which is something that a normal Jew would find appalling. But it's all coming out now. Their propaganda kind of contradicted itself. So on the one hand, they're saying the Nazis are bad, and then the next hand, and then they start saying the Russians are bad, and then we find out that they're working with the Nazis. Anyway, they're all confused, and their propaganda is falling apart, and people are waking up.
That's good. That's great. In Poland, not many people are waking up, but I think maybe 10% of Polish people wake up. It's better than in Japan, because in Japan, I think it's like 1% of Japanese wake up.
No. I mean, a lot more Japanese refused vaccinations, for example, than Canadians. So there is a very large awake part of Japan. But the important thing is that, well, let me talk about a scandal that happened with the New York Police Department. 10% of the police were corrupt. 10% of the police were like completely clean. And 80% were scared of the corrupt 10%. But when the good 10% took action, then the 80% went with them. And so something is happening like that in the world now, where the white hats, the good people, are taking action, and the 80% who are scared of the bad people say, finally, let's go with them. So
Okay.
we're reaching a turning point.
Okay, yeah, I think, you know, we may witness Red October this time, because you know that we're gonna have this emergency broadcasting system test today. It is scheduled on federal level in US, and recently news from all over the world are saying that maybe Donald J. Trump is gonna be selected for Speaker of the House. So something is brewing, something is going to happen.
Yeah, there are some signs, some very big signs that, for me, a very important one was the UK Defense Secretary said, we're going to send troops to Ukraine. And then the Prime Minister said, no, we're not. So that is a very big thing. It means that the UK has changed power, and the people who are in power now, who are above the Minister of Defense, do not want war in the Ukraine, and they want peace with Russia. In the United States, I've heard something similar has happened. That's why when Zelensky went, I call him Vladimir Zelensky because he's a Russian, and they say Volodymyr, and they change the spelling. That's a bunch of BS. He's a Russian Khazarian mafia gangster. He's not Ukrainian, okay? And he's been murdering lots of Ukrainian people. But in any case, he went to the United States. He got no money. And this is very important because without money, it's over. It was being laundered, as you know, through the Ukrainian central bank to cryptocurrency exchanges, and then used to bribe politicians and generals and stuff. Now all that bribe money has been cut off. And, you know, thing about mercenaries, okay, is they're only mercenary if you pay them. If you don't pay them, they're not going to fight for you. And so they've lost everything just like that without the money. So it's changed. Yeah, something has already changed, and the signs are coming out more and more.
Yeah, this is very good news. If they don't have money for war's gonna end.
Now, I have a question for you. I've been told by my Russian sources and by British sources that they've agreed that they're going to allow a Polish-Lithuanian confederation. That means that Lithuania and Poland and large parts of the Ukraine will become a new country. Are you seeing anything like that on the ground?
You know, from the beginning of this Ukrainian-Russian military operation, from the beginning, we heard from Polish President Andrzej Duda that he's gonna just dissolve borders between Poland and Ukraine and make one country out of Poland and Ukraine. now they speak opposite. They say opposite things, but I think puppet masters had that plan. They have that plan to join some countries. Probably because BlackRock and Vanguard they want some part of Ukraine to be their own, and they want to control it. They cannot control it if Putin is controlling it, right? So they want it.
Okay, no. Let's understand another thing here.
It's insane. It's sick. To me, it's sick to do things like that, because we are not used to be together. We are different. We have different cultures, and mixing people, mixing countries is bad for nation. It's
okay.
It's creating chaos.
All right. Let's start. There's a few things.
I'm not able to tell you, because the position of Polish so-called government is changing, depending where the wind blows.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to tell.
Well, okay. The thing that I've heard is that the reason the Russians have a huge army, they could just march right through the Ukraine and Poland if they wanted to. Instead, they're staying on their side of the Dnieper River, because an agreement was reached a long time ago with the Illuminati that's where Russia would stop. That was the old line that was made between the Russian Tsar and King Frederick the Great way back when. And on one side of the Dnieper River, they're ethnically Russian. Most of the people speak Russian. They think of themselves as Russian. On this side, they think of themselves as Europeans. Now, as far as Poland and Lithuania and the Ukraine merging, I'm not an expert. I just know what I heard. And I know that historically, the Polish-Lithuanian Confederacy was as powerful as Russia back a few hundred years ago. And it got divided between Germany and Russia, and then Poland didn't exist again until 1918. But anyway, I think that when you're in a neighborhood of big bullies like Germany and Russia, it's better to stick together. But it's not for me to decide. I'm just telling what I heard, that they're going to unite those three countries into one. But that's just what the elite are saying, anyway.
Globalists, they want it. They put it in the news. We will see what happens, but it's not a good news for us if something like that they start pursuing something like that. Anyway,
I think it's the important thing is that the war ends and the murder of innocent people ends and people go back to their normal lives. And I think that's what most people want. And I think that the new people on top at the elites, they want that too now. So I think something has changed, and the people who wanted to destroy Russia and divide it into many little countries have lost. And the people who wanted to start World War III have lost. And some sort of peace is going to come. And that's a good thing. Now, the details, I think that should be left to the people and to democracy. But what I'm hearing is that the Pentagon and the British Empire no longer want to fight Russia. They want to make friends with Russia. And the reason why is because they know, and the Russians know, that if the European people don't unite, then they're just going to become slaves of the Chinese.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? We can always talk again.
Many other things. First, I want to just comment on some reports that in Poland we had a protest against the government. I think it wasn't just a typical protest. It was organized. It was arranged by, I think, George Soros and his puppets. So recently, people were paid to join the protest, and it was before the elections. It was just a political play, because we have two main parties who just interchange, and they work in shifts. So one time, one party is ruling, and the other time the other party, and they keep the media, and puppet masters pay the media to promote one party or another. So it is very organized, and nobody else can get elected. I tried once with my party and we couldn't, and I know how it works from behind the scenes. But you were saying something about information you're receiving from Polish intelligence, and my people ask if do you think we have good guys in Poland or only bad guys?
I think that the good guys are stronger than the bad guys in Poland now. But you know, the easy way to spot the bad guys, I mean, you can kind of tell. I mean, if they drive around a whole bunch of black cars and they have a whole bunch of men with guns guarding them, they're scared. That means that they're doing bad things. They're gangsters of some sort. And if they're just walking the street, shaking hands, and not afraid of the people, that's different. The other way you can tell is if they have lots of money, they can't explain where they got it from. Then you know that they are puppets. So you know, follow the money, and you can figure out who's honest and who's not, and choose the ones who didn't accept bribes from the globalists.
So following the money, what do you think, in what state is now Federal Reserve? Because Federal Reserve as a building in District of Columbia was covered with some white sheets. Yeah. And I am wondering, is it now reporting to Secretary of the Treasury, or is it nationalized now, or is it still private corporation?
It's been fenced off and closed for a long time. But as long as you see Jerome Powell on the TV set saying that he's the governor of the Federal Reserve Board and he controls things, then it's not about a building. It's about when you see these people on TV. So, for example, even if they kill the original Hillary Clinton, if you still see a Hillary Clinton actor on TV, it means it's not over. And as long as you see this Jerome Powell out there saying he's the head of the Fed, then it doesn't matter what happens to that building. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. I think it's much more important that U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was fired after he postpone the bankruptcy of the U.S. corporation, which is what everybody needs on this planet, because they have been the source of terrorism and crime and all the problems of the world, and everybody is sick and tired of them. They've been constantly at war, constantly, creating fake terrorist groups as an excuse to steal resources. They have been creating biological weapons, and they're evil, and the United States got taken over by Satan worshiping gangsters. I know it's hard to believe, but it's now beyond a doubt. It's out in your face. You cannot deny it, and that means that we have to end the satanic control. That means bankrupting the U.S. corporation and just having a jubilee. We need that.
Yeah, let's see what happens with House of Representatives, who is going to be next speaker, because people, some news are saying that it's going to be Donald J. Trump.
All right, for me, I'd rather see the actor who's pretending to be Joe Biden being handcuffed and taken away in front of all the TV cameras. We know it's an actor, but it's the official position that matters.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for. We're looking to see an actual arrest in public of a lot of these people on the TV screens, not some secret tribunal that may or may not be happening somewhere. It's got to be for everybody to see. And that, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen now. We have a new head of the U.S. Army. I've heard that he was very close with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, there's a lot of question marks about him, but right for now, at the very least, you can say he's the lesser evil in the U.S. political scene as it stands now.
Yeah, and his name is General Charles Q. Brown. And you said recently that you don't believe in Q incidences.
No. What I always said was Q was Trump. Okay, that was a big Trump thing. That's all I was saying about Q. I never said I didn't believe it. I just said it's a proxy for Donald Trump. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because like Charles Q. Brown means, I mean,
Well,
people call him CQ Brown. So CQ, it's
yeah,
like a message to us.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of these messages out there, you know. So, like, I remember they had this guy who's in charge of distributing money in the U.S. government, and his name was Cash Carey. You know,
Yeah.
like, and I think almost like they're joking with us or something.
Or
Yeah.
like this guy Sam Bankman,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
guy who was banking for
Some
Democrats.
thanks. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, it's just almost like farce comedy now. You know, it would be funny if they weren't killing people. You know, but hopefully the killing is going to end, and I'm feeling more confident than that the good guys are winning than I have any time in the past 15 years that I've been fighting these people.
yeah.
So let's see. I think we can talk again soon, and because I expect that a lot will be happening in the next week. But I'd like to,
Yeah.
and I think that something will change in Europe too. If you ask me, I think that Russia and Western Europe will all join together as friends at the end of this, because make love, not war, is the new motto.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you very much. Thank you very much. And we stay in touch because lots is going to happen next week, right?
Yeah, so we can talk again. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm with none other than Fulford. A lot of people love you. You're highly requested on my show, Benjamin. You got your fingers on the pulse with the deep state, the occult, the whole thing, the whole shebang. I love bringing you on. Last time we discussed a lot of topics. I like to do like an update with you, and lots happened since then, since I've had you on last, especially now with the Queen's death. How do we need to look at that? Like, how do we need to look at the Queen's death? Is it a sign of the times? Or is it a major power shift happening? All the above, a checkmate? Was she taken out by the White Hats, or was she just died natural causes? Was she on ice? There's so many questions I have about the Queen's death.
Yeah, to be honest, I actually talked to the head of MI6 about this, and there's something. All right, the story I've been hearing is that the Queen actually died a long time ago, but the consensus, in other words, the groupthink that was symbolized by the Queen continued, and they had some sort of look-alike appearing as her. But on the other hand, they had the 70th anniversary celebration, and there she was, and in front of everybody. But the point is that this timing, I think this was planned long in advance, and there's a lot of reasons for that. The big one is that on September 30th every year, the United States of America Corporation, and people who know that you're not a republic anymore, you're a privately owned corporation, they have their external payments deadline. That's when they got to pay money to the Arab states for oil, and the China for knickknacks and all this kind of money they got to pay. And every year for the past few years, it's been a real struggle to find the money to kick the can down the road. And this year is unusual in many respects. So there's a lot of stuff happening all at once that indicates something is going to happen this year that hasn't happened before. So let's think about it. The Vatican Bank, or the Institution of Religious Works, announced that they were going to cut off all relations with external financial institutions on September 30th. Okay. Now, for people who don't know, the Vatican Bank, if you're one of the so-called leaders who appears at the UN, when you're elected or selected, a man from the bank comes with a little bank book and says, "Here is money for you. And if it's a big country, it's $1 billion. If it's a small country, it's a lot less. And say, welcome to the rich people's club, and you've got to obey us or else we'll kill you. And the fact that this has been taken away from people like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, because that's who's been using that since the 19th century. That is huge. And then there are other things that are happening also with October 1st. As you know, the Russians have cut off gas to Europe, and that means that everything's going to shut down. The American government is not able to buy oil from the rest of the world. That's why you've used your strategic petroleum reserve, and it's down to 1984 levels. And the reason is they can't buy oil. They can't just print dollars and buy oil anymore. And that's happening at the same time. And now we have all these meetings. Right now, this week, we have the President of China, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi of India. They're all gathering in Kazakhstan for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting. And all the non-Western countries want to join with these people, the BRICS, so Mexico, Iran, Indonesia, all these big countries that aren't part of the G7 are all saying, hey, let's join this club. And Pope Francis flew to Kazakhstan this week, but he's not being allowed to meet. He won't be able to meet Putin. He won't be able to meet Xi Jinping. He won't be able to meet the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. In other words, it's like he's going there on a begging mission and nobody's giving him the time of day. And getting back to the Queen, I mean, she was the head of the Committee of 300, which was, by many people's considerations, the secret government of the West. However, I would have to say she was the head of a major European royal faction. And these were the people who were behind the global warming scam.
The climate change scam, right?
Yeah, but you know what, though? I mean, what happened was the group that put Bush Jr. in power, the Nazi group, I call them, they said that we need to kill 90% of humanity, the so-called useless eaters, in order to save the environment. And the group around the Queen, they said, no. What we could do is we can have a carbon tax, and we'll pay all these third world countries money to grow their forests, and we can preserve nature without killing 90% of humanity. So they lost in the year 2000 when, even though Al Gore won the election, they basically were, threatened and forced to withdraw. But since then, the entire Bush clan has been executed, and the global warming faction, came back real strong. But now that
you're saying the whole Bush family, or just Bush W? And
the whole family is what I heard. I mean, Barbara Bush, George Bush Sr. Remember, when George Bush Sr. died, he wasn't given a full presidential funeral.
I remember that he had a wrinkled flag on his casket, and that stood out to me because that's a big no-no.
Yeah. There were a lot of signs like that. So and Barbara Bush, who was the daughter of Aleister Crowley, the Satanist, right. She died, so all these people are gone. But and what MI6 says that the Queen was killed in revenge and retaliation. And certainly Charles III, I guess he's now called, is not anywhere near as popular. He's not liked at all. And he is he's definitely responsible for the murder of Diana. I've heard this from a cousin of the Queen. I've heard this from MI6. And the reason she was killed is because she was engaged to Fayed Dodi, the Egyptian billionaire's son, and she had she was pregnant with twins, and she was going to convert to Islam. And so that's why, she was killed. It was like an honor killing by the head of the Church of England sort of thing. But I don't think Queen Elizabeth was involved. I think this was a Charles thing. But the point is that now that he's the public face, there's going to be an unprecedented attack on the monarchy. It's hard to do it when you have someone popular like the Queen. It's a lot easier when you have someone like Charles there.
What's your thoughts on there was a German, I believe, chancellor, I don't know what you would call him, but a politician that came out and said September 24th, everyone will remember where they were at and what they were doing. Do you have any insight on that? I'm trying to make out what he means by that. Is it going to be an economic collapse? Could it be Trump arrest? Do you have any insight on what could happen in September? Because I think leading into the midterms, obviously, it's just an avalanche now. of crap that's just going to be going wrong.
Yeah, I've heard all sorts of things. There was talk of some kind of huge earthquake in Japan. There's different dates, all in September. The point is, they're all before September 30th. It's sort of like they're saying, hey, if you don't give us our money, we're gonna blow up your whatever. And it sounds like that, but I think that with the Queen gone, the public symbol now of Western power is the people around Joe Biden and Pope Francis. So if something happens, I would suspect it would be something to do with the Pope and with the so-called U.S. president. But I don't have any insight other than that. I hear several dates in September being bandied about by underground figures saying something's going to happen. But I think the rest of the world is going to hold steadfast and finally pull the plug on these people. I sure hope they do, and I hope they don't let them bluff their way. And they're not going to be able to start an all-out nuclear war. They've been trying that for decades, and it's just the military know that it's suicide, and they're not going to do it. So I don't see that happening.
Well, like North Korea, I mean, he responded by saying any kind of nuclear threats will have an automatic response. And I'm wondering, and in certain Denver, New York, they're telling people to get their bug out bags for a nuclear threat. So I'm wondering, do you think that's something they could use going into midterms? I mean, they're going to need something, Benjamin.
Well,
I feel they're going to need something.
Yeah, I mean,
down or
they're going to need some way to, if everything goes bankrupt and the government can't pay its bills, they're going to need some sort of excuse to have a military government. And you have, for example, Germany has announced the creation of a new military unit to deal with civil unrest that will start work on October 1st. So that's another sign for that date.
Where is it? In Germany?
In Germany. So they're expecting riots. That we're hearing that from the British government. And what they don't understand is if they're cut off from their gas and their oil, that's not just going to be a problem about people having to wear sweaters in the house. This is going to shut down industry. The British lobby group is saying 60% of factories will have to shut down, 80% of bars and restaurants will have to shut down. And that's going to happen all over Europe and probably in the United States too. Once they run out of the petroleum reserve, that's it.
The railroad and the UPS are going on strike. I think the railroad's going on strike on Friday.
Yeah. Well,
that seems like the beginning for me. I mean, this sounds like here we are. We're in it now.
Yeah. I mean, look, you have public opinion show that only 7% of people trust the Congress and only 11% trust the corporate media. That's revolutionary. So these people are scared to death that they're going to be overthrown. They're going to try everything they can to prevent that from happening. But I really think that it's not going to be possible this time. There's going to be, if it's done well, if the White Hats take control, there will be an orderly transition and there'll be Nuremberg-style war tribunals. For example, this entire vaccination thing, it's now coming out. The British government has said, this is official British government, 460,000 people have had bad reactions to the vaccines. And that's just in the UK, and that's because the government there is being honest. The CDC, the FDA, they won't talk about it. They're trying to keep it secret. The European Parliament won't talk about it. But that is one of the worst war crimes in history. I think it was a failed attempt to kill everybody, but they killed enough people that they're going to get in big trouble, but not enough people that they can stay in power.
I've had Dr. Judy Mikovits on and a few other doctors talk about we could be looking at in the United States alone upwards of 50 million people dying from the vaccine in the next 2 to 8 years. What she was.
It's possible, but if the medical community is taken over by the White Hats, I think they'll find ways to stop that from happening. I'm hoping so. But clearly they have failed. They were, for example, they couldn't vaccinate anybody in Africa. They already, they got HIV or AIDS from the polio vaccine. So they're saying, no, and they refused. So, they're not going to be able to murder their way out. The vaccine thing failed. And the attempt to start World War III in the Ukraine failed. And by the way, I wanted to talk about the Ukraine because I had a talk with an actual Russian FSB agent, the real deal. And their version of what's
let me just get this straight, though, before you say that. So pandemic failed. It's a failure.
Yeah.
Ukraine to start World War III, failure.
Yeah.
Okay. And so then we're going to go on to the third and fourth, right? They got other cards up their sleeves, correct?
Yeah. I mean, the secret space program people are what we don't know yet. That's a wild card. Remember that on November 10th, just before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld appeared on TV and said $2.3 trillion were missing from the Defense Department budget. That's like somebody's earning $70,000 a year saying that $230,000 disappeared. That's the equivalent. So that money went to the secret space program, and I've heard they have anti-gravity craft, they have all sorts of stuff, and so what these people are going to do is the big question mark. So a good guess is a space event. But getting back to the Ukraine, when I talk to actual Russians, right, they're telling me that the whole thing is kind of fake. So, for example, the media is reporting a huge Russian defeat in Kharkov, and the Russians are saying no, this was arranged to get more money. So the Russians pretended to withdraw to give the Ukrainians a victory, so that they could go with their begging hat and say, "Hey, look, we're almost winning. Give us more money." So they're saying they're both in on it, and it's kind of a fake scam to get money at this point. I don't know, but it's certainly not what it seems to be, and there's plenty of evidence that's a lot of green screen, and they're using old Hollywood footage. So that whole thing is some kind of fake incident. And
they're using the media, which is really public enemy number one. The media is what's being used and always has been used. You may differ with me. I think the moon landing was fake. That's just my opinion. I think it was bullshit. But I mean, they've been using Hollywood forever. I mean, the mainstream media is the number one war tool, right?
Yeah, and the problem is the computer graphics has gotten so good is that you really don't know what you're seeing on the screen, if it's real or not. And they're putting out so much fake stuff. It's like smoke and BS coming out everywhere. But I know that something fundamental has changed. Here in Japan, for example, there's been a huge crackdown on the Unification Church, the Moonies or whatever. And it was long known by people who actually get real information that they control the government here. And they were set up by Japanese intelligence together with the Nazis after World War II, because they were saying, well, we're still going to fight this war. And they kept their submarines intact, and they were running the world drug business to refinance their takeover. And the Nazis did take over the U.S. after 9/11. The Patriot Act is identical to the Nazi Constitution, and so you have a Nazi government in the U.S. since then. I don't know now, but probably still. Now, the other big question mark, of course, is what's going to happen to the Rockefeller family. They try to hide, but the fact is that Hillary Clinton is a Rockefeller, Bill Clinton is a Rockefeller, Mark Zuckerberg is a Rockefeller, John Podesta is a Rockefeller, et cetera, et cetera. They're Jen Psaki, they're all, and they own the Fortune 500 companies. So what's going to happen to these people? Are they going to lose control of the Fortune 500 companies? That's the big question mark I want to see answered, because they're the people who own the U.S. branch of the Federal Reserve Board. And their fate is, they're the people who control the fake Biden administration. So we want to know what's going to happen to them. That's a big question.
I've heard rumors and whispers that Biden passed away a few weeks ago to a couple months ago. Is there any truth in that? Have you heard anything about that?
Look, I've heard he passed away years ago, and the fact that there's plenty of videos showing there's like some guy wearing a rubber mask. And remember, there was a press conference with the British Prime Minister where with Boris Johnson, where Biden was saying, "Yeah, I used to act in this movie and that movie," and they said, "Oh, well, stop the press conference."
Yeah, I remember
that. So they've got actors playing the part. He's just a front man for the Rockefellers, and you can tell that because before he became president, the Rockefeller family news outlet, the magazine Foreign Affairs, outlined exactly what Biden was going to do. It's there, and the first thing they did was when he got in power is he cut off the Keystone Pipeline, which is Canadian oil going to America, and they're saying no, we don't want that because it wasn't controlled by the Rockefeller oil interests. It was nothing to do with U.S. security. I mean, come on, it's definitely a no-brainer to get oil from Canada instead of from Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Right. 100%.
So there's something. So I think the people who took over the Federal Reserve Board in 1914, 1913, they're fighting for their lives, and it's going to be. They're not going to go quietly into the night, and they're going to try to do all sorts of nastiness. But you know, all these meetings happening in Kazakhstan, and then the Queen's funeral. You see, the reason why I think it was planned long in advance is because every power broker on earth is going to descend on England, I think around September 19th or something. That's for some kind of big powwow. And then you have the UN General Assembly. So, you know, I suspect that we're going to see something, maybe the biggest thing since the end of World War II. I don't usually like to give dates because then the date comes and goes and nothing happens. But certainly we're going to see bigger than usual October surprise this year. That much is for sure.
Something's looming, no doubt about it. Do you think, as we approach these midterms and the railroad strike, the UPS going on strike, I've heard that there are illegals coming through the southern border that are not only military age, but military trained. And this is what I'm getting from my buddies that are on the Border Patrol telling me, Dave, that not only are these guys military age, they're military trained. And I've had friends at gun shows who are avid hunters and fishermen and this and that they're saying that the FBI and the ATF went there and told everybody, hey, these guys are coming in and they're buying up all the arms. Don't sell it to them. But it's too late. They're coming in, buying up all the high-powered magazines. I think, and this is just speculating, I think there's going to be some kind of chaotic event, just like the BLM riots and this and that. And I think they're going to use the people south of the border.
I have also heard, I also have sources in Arizona who are, very well connected, who are saying that there's actually lots of military age Chinese pretending to be Mexicans, and also a lot of Russians coming in. So something is going to happen, and I think that the White Hats are also going to make a move. They want to set up a new capital in Idaho. I've been keep hearing from them. They're holed up in Mount Cheyenne. So
okay, let's talk about that for a second, because that's what I've heard. I heard Trump shut down Mount Cheyenne, or not shut it down, locked it up with Mount Cheyenne with I guess the Q clearance personnel in there, and that they are really, that's who is in control right now, and the Democrats will actually be the ones to call in the military, and then the switch happens. Have you heard anything about that? Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I've heard something about that, and the question mark about Donald Trump, and what Trump supporters need to understand, is there is a Trump lookalike. It's the guy with the white around the eyes and the loose jowls who's going out and saying vaccinate everybody and all sorts of stuff to make Trump look deranged.
Is he working for the Black Hats? That Trump?
Yeah, that one is working for the Black Hats. There's no doubt about it.
So you're saying we have two Trumps?
Yeah, the real Trump, he's always the fake one. When he was president, the fake one was never seen with Melania. The real one was with Melania. You can look at the pictures of when he was president with him with Melania and when he's alone, and you can see they're different people. It's pretty obvious.
And I'm really confused about that. Well, not really, because it makes sense now, because I see Trump pictures where he's lost a lot of weight and he looks really good. He's giving a thumbs up, and then I'll see a fat Trump out there golfing, and he looks pale and sickly. He looks old and really fat.
Yeah, that's the lookalike. And remember, the real Trump's son was damaged by vaccines, and he was opposed to vaccines. So how could he be out there saying Operation Warp Speed, we got to vaccinate everybody? It doesn't make sense. So it seems like
where's the real Trump right now? Is he at Mar-a-Lago?
I think he's in Mount Cheyenne with the secret space program people.
So they would arrest the fake Trump.
Yeah, well, they should, and people need to have disclosure.
I'm confused. Would the Black Hats arrest? I mean, because they're going to make it look with the FBI raid and all that. Are the Black Hats going to arrest the double Trump or the duplicate Trump, or will the White Hats arrest him? I'm not sure on that.
I think at the end of the day, it'll be the White Hats, or they might just make them fade into the background. But this whole FBI raid, it works actually in Trump's favor, the real Trump's favor, and it discredits the FBI. It was ordered by Joe Biden, and it's a complete politicization. Like, the FBI works for the Vatican, which was, controlled by whoever, a bunch of Kabbalists, according to the Italians, who use this fake Pope Francis, and they're the ones who are pushing the vaccine. This Pope Francis out there, putting out vaccine propaganda. And remember, he's supposed to show up every Friday at St. Peter's Square, and for everyone can see him. Well, for a couple of weeks there was a hologram, and then he appeared with a different face and saying stuff that the real Pope would never say. And I think that he was replaced at that point. And but it's hard to say, but there's something that just doesn't make sense about all this. However, what you can be sure of is that the faction of people who believe that they need to create an end time scenario, an Armageddon, are still trying desperately, to do a Hail Mary pass and kill 90% of the people. They're religious fanatics. You cannot argue with these people. I've told military and intelligence folks, you can't reason with these people. You have to arrest them. You have to take them out. There's no other way. They're not going to just say, okay, yeah, you're right. It's not going to happen.
They're psychopaths. They're legitimate psychopaths.
Yeah, well, they're religious fanatics. They really do believe that it's God's mission and that they're going to kill 90% of humanity, enslave the rest, and then live like God kings forever. They cannot believe this is not going to happen.
But I mean, their God, which is what, Lucifer?
Yeah, well, there's different stories, but the big story that you usually hear is that, all this misery and suffering that exists on the planet is a sign that the God or the creator is evil, and we want to overthrow him and put in the righteous God, Lucifer, who's actually a good guy, that's the story. But if you look at what they're actually doing, it's not. They're mass murderers. I mean, they're not doing good. It's like when I went to meet them in Italy, they showed me this stained glass of a black sun, and it's like a black hole, and out of that comes light. So it's like their view is that for example, they blow up a cathedral, right? And then they get all this work building a new cathedral. So it's a good thing, that's the kind of thinking these people have. And it's just
what's your thoughts about the Georgia Guidestones being blown up? I mean, that Space Force, you think, that did that? What's your thoughts on that? I mean, that looked like a white hat move. I mean, they hit the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, they knocked, I don't know, what do the things weigh, 19, 20 tons, and boom, they're gone. They disintegrate. I mean, and
I think it is a sign that some kind of major transition. And like I say, the timing of the announcement of the death of Queen Elizabeth is clearly planned long in advance. So yeah, some kind of transition is being planned. And here in Japan too, I've been talking to underground people who used to work subcontract, and they're saying, yeah, there's been a change in management. Something's happening. So in Japan, they were planning a huge earthquake, bigger than Fukushima on the southern part, and that was canceled, they said. And the government is suddenly saying stuff that they weren't saying before. So yeah, something has happened, but we're not yet sure what. But
do you think that this is going to climax this year?
Well, the signs are stronger than I've seen any time since the Lehman shock, that something huge is going to happen. They may try to announce some kind of Messiah type figure in an attempt to, take control of the world. They're going to try all sorts of things. I'm sure of it. But I don't know exactly what. All I know is that they have this payments deadline. They're making threats. They're doing everything they can to try to extend it. And the countries of the world are saying, no, we're sick and tired of you invading countries, killing people, stealing resources. We're not going to let you continue this show. And the fact that they won't meet the Pope, he goes to Kazakhstan, please, and they say, no, we don't want to talk to you. That's a sign.
Really, the country, I mean, the whole world's going to suffer for a time period, for a while. But the country that's going to be ground zero is going to be America, right?
Yeah, but, it's like you're going to be cured of a parasitical infection. So it'll be, a very good thing in the end of the day. It's like, what's happened is since 1971, when they took the US dollar off the gold standard, living standards for 90% of Americans have been dropping. It used to be a guy working at a GM factory could have a middle-class house, a car, and a housewife who didn't have to go to work. And now, even if they're both working, they can't afford that. That's a sign of how much they've been. And the reason why is because these insiders create like $1 trillion out of nothing. And then they put it in there. And they're stealing $1 trillion from everybody else when they do that. And the big, this whole pandemic thing, we're now hearing they took $1 trillion and they put it into the World Bank and the IMF. They gave it to world leaders. They gave it to, politicians, and to carry out this whole pandemic thing, which is just money laundering and funny money. And that's blown up in their faces now.
So are you a big believer in the quantum financial system? A new currency or anything like that? What do you see coming?
There is already some kind of quantum financial system. I know this because when I go to the convenience store, the 7-Eleven ATMs, I can use cards that I could never use before. It used to be if you had a foreign bank card, you'd have to go to a couple of Citibank locations. It's the only place you could do it. Now you can go any convenience store and use any bank thing from around the world. So something has been put into place. And the reason why the dollar is strong is because they're not allowing any new dollars to be created. So the people in the United States who control the United States part of the Federal Reserve Board, they're still able to make dollars, and they can use them to pump up the stock market, to hand checks to people, but they can't use it to buy from other countries. There is kind of, and now because they pump so much money without any reality backing it, that's why you're having hyperinflation, as even the official numbers show inflation is at the highest rate since the 1970s. And if you look at the places like Real Stats that use ways to calculate inflation that they used to use, then it's the biggest inflation since the end of World War II. So
right. We're probably going to be seeing food shortages and things of that nature, especially with this railroad strike. And UPS, what's your thoughts on that? I mean, are food shortages going to be reality?
I think that's a politically motivated move to try to force regime change in the United States. I think these people it's not just a labor dispute. I think they're trying to help overthrow the current regime, and that's what they're doing. That's my best guess, but I don't have insight on that, inside information.
So you think that's more of a white hat move, manipulating it so that these guys get out of there?
Yeah, to try to force regime change.
And you don't see Biden finishing up 2024, do you?
No, and I don't even know if these midterm elections are going to take place or not, because it's all rigged anyway at this point.
I'm hearing that the midterms could be pushed or kick the can, could be kicked down the road, and then military gets involved somehow. Did you hear anything of this? Do you hear the same thing that I'm hearing?
I hear that, but we still see people like Mark Milley out there, and so I think the military is not. I think they're split. So the real danger is there might actually be a civil war. I could see if there is a civil war, I think you would see troops from Texas and the Midwest going into California to take over that whole Google, Apple, Microsoft complex there in Silicon Valley. That's what I would do if I were a military guy. I'd say go in there and grab the Silicon Valley and take away their control of the internet and all the BS information. And then you need to send some troops into New York to take over all the corporate media companies. And then one more to Atlanta, Georgia, to take out the AT&T information complex around CNN. You go to those three places and you can liberate America. That's my belief.
Yeah, I agree with you. And as always, Benjamin, I appreciate you. And one last question. When you said the secret space force, have you heard anything about Trump's or the secret space force? Is it equivalent to Trump's space force? Does it match up, or is so many things been pushed into the secret space program that it's?
I think they might use Trump minus the vaccines as their symbolic leader, but it represents a consensus among the military-industrial white hats. And Trump is the most popular person to lead them, but they have to, do something about all the negative stuff put out by his lookalike, pushing vaccines, etc. That has to be dealt with.
So you're telling me that is actually a lookalike? It says double.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Just take a look at the pictures with your own eyes, and you can see there's
No, I mean,
white around the eyes and loose jowls. The other is a more orange hair and a tighter face.
yes, I agree with you. I've seen the pictures and I've made the comparison myself. I just didn't understand why the White Hats would allow that. I guess because
Yeah, and I think maybe the reason why they removed Queen Elizabeth and put Charles in there is because they want a less popular figure to take the fall for the removal of the Committee of 300. We'll see. But I know that the White Hats are in charge in the UK for sure, and that something is going to happen and that the good guys are going to win at the end of all this. But there's going to be a lot of chaos. I recommend everybody just go out and buy some rice and beans. It's real cheap, and that can feed your family for a month just in case things, freeze up temporarily.
How long do you think it could freeze up for, Benjamin?
Oh, I would say max a month.
A month? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Benjamin, thank you so much, and you're welcome anytime on the show. I really appreciate you coming on.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on.
God bless you. All right. Bye-bye. Yeah. With Ben Fulford. Benjamin, you're a hot guest on my show. A lot of people love you. I just want another update. You got you're kind of behind the scenes with certain things that are happening, and there's so much that's playing out right now with MAGA. You could say MAGA or Trump, the House Speaker by proxy. It seems like to me, MAGA is kind of taking control of the House. It seems like we're going to stop the bleeding a little bit. There's a lot of things happening, and then you got Biden meeting in Mexico with the Mexican president and Justin Trudeau for the North American deal. What's going on here? What kind of insight can you give us of what's going on here?
Okay, well, at the very highest level, we know that the David René de Rothschild, who, according to Wikipedia, is the head of the French and English branches of the Rothschild family that own the Fed, ultimately, has agreed to surrender. And the person they're surrendering to is a European royal. It's not one of the people you've ever heard of, okay? It's not like Prince Charles.
When you say surrender, you mean
control of, okay, there's something at the very top of the financial system. There's a person known as M1. And this is apparently mathematically necessary to have one person control the money spigot for the central banks.
Okay.
And that was given to the Rothschilds way back after the Battle of Waterloo. And now, after like 250 whatever years, it's been taken away from them. So this is at the very highest level, something fundamental has changed. Now, the Davos World Forum, World Economic Forum, and they're gathering this week, and Klaus Schwab is the head of the Swiss branch of the Rothschild family. His mother's a Rothschild, and it goes through the female bloodline, right? And I listened to his speech, and basically, they're a little bit like Marie Antoinette before the French Revolution, saying, let's let them eat cake. They're saying suddenly at Davos, oh, well, you should tax us more, right? The fact that they've stolen literally tens of trillions of dollars through central bank fraud is like, all right, well, we'll tax us more. That's a little bit too little too late. But so that's happening at a higher level. And that means that at a lower level, and that includes the House Speaker McCarthy, that things are also changing. Now, the biggest news today was that Jacinda Ardern, or Jack Ardern, the cross-dressing Prime Minister of New Zealand, just announced they're resigning. So that's good. And hopefully...
And when you say resigning, are they being taken down?
No, she made an announcement saying she's not running for election. She'll be quitting on February 7th. So it's an official announcement by her.
But I mean, but is someone forcing her to step down, or is she just?
Yeah, that's the assumption, and the same thing. Now, the story I heard is that Joe Biden is also going to be removed.
Okay.
And the problem is that, you see, if you look at the person who's been acting, like if you go back to when Trump was in power, okay, if you look at the videos of the press conferences, there's somewhere a young, healthy-looking Trump is there with Melania beside him. And there's other with an older guy with loose jowls with white around his eyes.
Playing golf.
Yeah, who's never with Melania, okay? The problem is that the person who's been acting Trump on everyone's TV set since January 2020 has been the guy with the white around his eyes who's suddenly pushing vaccines and doing all sorts of stuff to alienate Trump supporters. Because,
so he's a deep state player, that guy?
Yeah, that guy, he works for the Rothschilds. He reads their script. So what they do is they take over the opposition figure and replace it with someone of their own, and they kind of, lead the opposition into a dead end. You know what I mean? They try to.
So what's the real Trump right now?
What I've heard, and my source is someone who is from the Secret States program. I visited his house. He has pictures of him shaking every president since the 1960s. And he's clearly a real deal guy. He says the real Trump is in the Mount Cheyenne military base in Colorado, and he has been there since January 2020 for security reasons. And if you remember, in January 2020, all the military members, ex-military who were in the Trump cabinet, they all quit. They all left. They moved out. And then the other thing you need to understand to figure out what's going on is that from the founding of the United States, okay, until 2020, the total amount of US dollars created was $4 trillion. In a few months after the so-called Biden took over, 16 more trillion were added. So that's 80% of all the money ever created since the United States was founded was just in the past couple of years.
Jeez.
And this is fraud because there's no real economic activity backing it up. And they were pumping it into, to their controlled people in like Apple and Tesla and, all those guys, Google. And it was a final attempt by the people who own the Fortune 500 companies to stay in power. And at the same time, you saw this incredible vaccine campaign. And now it's blowing up in their faces. People, the medical facts are, you can't dispute them. It's the fact. People are dying. And
right.
It's
I've lost friends already.
Yeah. And there's going to be consequences for this. And this is something, like I say, fundamental has happened. And we're going to see that in many ways. So the story I heard in any case was that there is a lot of people who don't like Donald Trump in the military. And there was a lot of opposition, especially if it was going to be that fake Donald Trump. At the same time, everyone was sick and tired of this fake Joe Biden CG show and actors, and then Kamala, if Biden resigns, technically it would be Kamala Harris. But now I found out, okay, the way they're going to prevent Kamala Harris from becoming president is that her parents were both born outside of the United States. That makes her an anchor baby. And then according to the U.S. Constitution, she can't be president.
Right.
So that means that this Kevin McCarthy, who is a World Economic Forum puppet, but nonetheless, he has been forced to make a lot of concessions to patriots in order to get that position. So, for example, he's been forced to hold hearings about why the FBI was turned into a Gestapo to, suppress patriots.
But wait, maybe if they move him in as president, all that goes out the window. If he gets moved in as president, he owes nobody anything. I mean,
I think he'll just be an interim guy because he won't be the real power behind the scenes. So I don't think that's going to happen. I'm.
So what's Trump's move in all this? If he's in Cheyenne Mountain right now, like you say, what's his move? When's he going to surface? What's a plan of attack here? Okay, so McCarthy takes position. He's in there. What then? I mean, what kind of situation are we in then?
What I was told, and I'm not saying this. I was told by that source.
Okay,
that,
I understand.
They're going to have an election in March. Maybe I guess technically speaking, I don't think that there'll be enough time for that. But the idea is
an election with McCarthy and who?
McCarthy would say, "Okay, I'm just an interim guy. Our democracy got hijacked by a bunch of Satan worshiping gangsters. We're going to restore democracy and rule of law and freedom of the press. And I'm just the guy overseeing that process. There'll be new elections, and then Al Gore or the real Donald Trump, whoever can run, the people can choose." The way it's supposed to be.
But you're saying Trump would probably run? The real
That's
Trump.
what I heard. The real Trump would run, as I was told by that source.
So they're using these documents that they found in this guy's next to his Corvette. They're going to use that to get into oust him, aren't they?
Yeah, well, you see, the problem is that everybody in power in the West had got there because they had some kind of blackmail. Okay,
Right.
You had to rape a little girl or do something on camera, or they wouldn't let you get the job, even as the leader of the opposition. Okay, so they're all like Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel said we've got 400,000 files. Okay, so they've all got this blackmail material on each other, so they cannot go and say, Hunter Biden raping little girls as a reason to get rid of him. So they have to do, oh, well, he hid some special documents in his garage type of fake story as a cover to remove him without the people, because it's a Mexican standoff,
Right.
Putting out dirt on each other.
This makes a lot of sense, actually. Where does DeSantis and Pence stand in all this? Pence is kind of just lurking in the shadows while DeSantis and Trump, duke it out publicly. They're starting to now. It's like round one, and like it seems like Pence is just kind of off in the background,
I would say that if you think of it in religious terms, then the Catholic Christian lobby is behind DeSantis, and the Jewish lobby is behind Trump. Okay, that would be the way I look at it.
So you think these two? That's kind of a night for me. It looks like DeSantis is a globalist.
Well, he is. Again, he didn't get to be governor unless he kind of went along with certain agendas. He was originally saying, "Oh yeah, we got to vax," and then suddenly he said, "Oh, this was wrong. This is damaging. All right, I changed my mind. We're against that."
Play into the MAGA crowd.
Yeah, but they're all sort of at that level compromised. So, but what can you do? I think that at this point we need some kind of truce and reconciliation hearing. We got to get this all out. But anybody who's in the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions has been compromised. It's been what's known as stealth hijack of government.
Would you say Trump even fits in that or no?
Well, okay, Gordon Duff, who is a U.S. veteran and high in the intelligence community, has cited a California lawsuit where Trump allegedly raped a 13-year-old girl, and there's video of it. That's what he says. Okay, I'm quoting people. I don't know.
Who's this again? Can you say this again?
Gordon Duff.
And this is on record?
He said, yeah, he's published what he says are court records from California. But payoff was made and the whole thing was silenced. But Gordon Duff of Veterans Today, and now he has a site called Intel Drop, has been putting out this material among others. And again, I believe that they really do have to do something like that, or they won't get up to that top position in this current corrupt system, which has been around apparently for thousands of years in the West, at least.
So they need something on you, and you're telling me that rumor has it's a rumor. We don't know for sure, right? We don't know. This is just what he's claiming.
But I have a different source that this guy who was in Antarctica. Okay, there was a meeting in Antarctica on November 8th, 2016. Where a decision was made to overturn the plot to have Hillary put in as president and have Trump put in. And at the time, the military promised that they would hide any blackmail evidence they had against Trump if he went along with them with the military white hats.
Okay.
That's a different source saying the same thing. But
right, so you're saying that Trump originally kind of was a bad guy, but they needed someone of the lesser of evils to do this military operation. So they picked Trump and said, look, we'll erase all that other stuff that's on you. You run, you work for us now.
That's right.
Trump's like, I'll do it, right?
That's the understanding. And he was glad to have the blackmail card taken away from him. And I've even personally confirmed.
So he has to cooperate basically with the military.
Yeah. But I've personally confirmed with Queen Elizabeth II that the Rothschilds had a video of her chopping off a child's head and eating its heart.
Hold on. Time out. You hold on. You confirmed with Queen. You talk to her.
Let me explain how this goes. I was approached by a bunch of Asian secret societies who control a lot of China and other parts of Asia. And I went with their information to the British embassy in Tokyo and handed a letter to be sent by a diplomat to Queen Elizabeth saying, I wish to negotiate with the Committee of 300. And then I got letters back from Queen Elizabeth and we started communicating. Okay. And I wasn't put in touch with the head of MI6, which is not the guy you see in public. And we've been back and forth. But I've confirmed, because this CG is so advanced now, I require handwritten confirmation that someone really exists. And so we've had handwritten letters back and forth. And then we've established secure communication. So I was told, that they had this blackmail over her. And this is true of anybody who's at the top of the West right now.
Of her killing a child and eating her heart?
Yeah, they're all members of this cult of Baal, or, it's a Phoenician. If you look at the history books, for example, in the Old Testament, the book of Ruth talks about a woman who was, involved. She was supposed to be a child sacrifice herself. She escaped. But she then later got involved in the sacrifice of young girls, and then she escaped and was taken in by the Jews. And then and then you have the ancient Roman and Greek writers talking about how the Phoenicians sacrificed children. And then the merchants of Venice, okay, Venice is Phoenician, okay. So the East India Company, all that tradition goes way back to the Carthaginians who had this practice of child sacrifice. So people involved at the top levels of Western power, these bloodlines, were members of that cult. They were born into it. They had to go along with it. And, at this point, I think,
this is just a regular day at the office for these people.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're born into it,
Right. Like, so they don't know any different. They just know, we're going to need a kid's heart today.
Yeah. And I also confirmed from the cousin of Queen Elizabeth, who I met in person, that once a year they had human sacrifices at Balmoral Castle.
Now, was Trump, do you think, any part of this at all?
Again, the only thing I have heard, and the sources from Gordon Duff and from the documents he sent me, was that there was some kind of lawsuit in California involving a 13-year-old girl. And I think that he had to do that if he wanted to get into any position of power. The other thing,
but Hillary's another story, right? Hillary is a practicing witch, correct?
Oh yeah, no. There's I've seen the video of her torturing a young girl to death and ripping the skin off her face. There's a video of that. 12, like a bunch of New York police officers had it.
I've heard of this.
I've seen it. I've seen it. And
Brazzle drip or something. Brazzle drip, is it called?
Yeah.
You've seen this video?
Yes.
And you're not, are you shaken up by it at all? Are you?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's very disturbing, indeed. I mean, I did, I only watched enough to realize that this was really real, and then I just turned it off. I didn't watch the whole thing, but apparently, what they do is that if you torture a young child, they produce a kind of very powerful adrenaline known as adrenochrome, which apparently is rejuvenating and gives you this big high. And so they torture the child, and then at the end,
it makes cocaine look like a walk in the park, right? It's
and then at the very end, they in the video they use these pincers to pull out her pineal gland, which is where it's all in, and eat it.
And Hillary does this.
Yeah, there's a video of it, of her doing it, and this is something that she's been doing since she was a kid.
So it's normal to her. This is something that's.
Yeah, they're brought up with it.
Is Hillary in a royal family? I've heard from the
The story with Hillary, she's a total blue blood in the sense that Queen Victoria, after her husband died, she had a daughter in Germany, in Bavaria. And that daughter's daughter was Clara Hitler, who was Adolf Hitler's mother. And Hillary is of that bloodline, as well as being the daughter of David Rockefeller Sr. So she's got Rockefeller and sort of royal blood, and so she was considered like the total blue blood, above and beyond any sort of legal persecution. What
about Bill?
Beale's the son of Winthrop Rockefeller, and so they were.
So in a sense, they're like incest.
Yeah, they do that. They marry each other. There's a lot of incest with these people.
What do you see happening from here, Benjamin? I love getting your updates, man. There's a lot to unpack in this one. What do you see happening from here moving forward? You're saying that you think there's going to be, because I've heard there's supposed to be military tribunals by mid 2023. That's what Derek Johnson said. A lot of people are pointing, there's indicators pointing to that because it was in a New York Times piece or something like that. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, the military.
And is it the same hand controlling both? Which I'm kind of no. Okay.
Okay, here's the thing. There is a group known as the Gnostic Illuminati, and they go back to Pythagoras and possibly beyond. And they always hire the geniuses of the age, and they're always opposed to hereditary bloodline rule. And they claim, I've talked to these people, they claim that they started the French Revolution, the American Revolution, and the Russian Revolution. And each of these revolutions, what they had in common was all the bloodline leadership was removed. And they're very powerful in the military. They're also powerful in gangs. Anywhere where fighting is involved, then either you're strong or you're not. They don't, you can't, the military can't accept hereditary leadership because they'll lose wars. So they're very powerful. And so it's the military rank and file, the intelligence agency rank and file, the people who work their way up from the bottom who are the white hats. And they're the ones who are leading the big cleanup.
So that the cleanup is happening now. And have you also heard that there has been tunnel wars or children being removed from tunnels? Have tunnels been being blasted out? El Paso, Texas, where I'm at, never has earthquakes. And we've had 3 earthquakes, which I'm like, this has never happened. And I'm wondering, is that due to tunnels being blown out or things of that nature?
Yes. If you look at the when you see an earthquake, right, you have to look at the earthquake graph, and if it starts like this, boom, right, and then it's an explosion. That's an artificial earthquake. And if it's a natural one, it's like, and so if you look at the seismic charts, you can see there's a lot of these earthquakes are definitely not natural.
Or like acute, like boom, like.
So, for example, in Japan and the southern island of Kyushu, they had 6 huge earthquakes a few years ago, and each one, the epicenter was exactly over a military base, and they all had that signature. So this is a sort of sign you look for. But during the Cold War, they had huge drilling machines. They built giant networks because they were preparing to, move Dr. Strangelove, that movie, if you've seen it, and if you haven't, I recommend it very much. Was about how they're going to prepare to move the entire elite underground to survive a nuclear war between Russia and the United States. So they built this giant infrastructure of tunnels. I mean, it's hard to know how much is real, how much is not, but apparently it's a lot more than we've been led to believe.
So you think by March is when the shift is, we're going to really start seeing some major changes within our government. This could lead to tribunals.
Well, I'm hesitant to give a specific date because this happens and they come and go. But my overall understanding is that the balance of power has shifted decisively. You can see, but you have to look at things on the surface. So the resignation of the Prime Minister of New Zealand is a good sign. The selection of McCarthy is a good sign. We got to see more. We got to see the removal of Pope Francis because he's a fake. The real Pope was killed a couple years ago.
Wow.
We got to look at the removal of Biden. We've got to see these visible signs. But certainly the Davos meeting has been very sparsely attended. And
I said there's a lot of people did not go.
Yeah. And then
is it because they're in fear of their lives or have they been taken down?
I think they're in fear of their lives, and both, but mostly they're in fear of their lives because there was serious talk about hitting Davos with a neutron bomb.
Wow.
So there's stuff going on, but we've got to stay vigilant until it's on the surface. And the other thing I've heard is that the royal families of Europe have decided that they're going to throw the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds under the bus, and ultimately, the there is a lot of good royals who think of themselves as being the servants of the people, the bottom of the pyramid, and they have a lot of knowledge, and they can be very helpful. So I think that some sort of alliance between the what they call the white nobility as opposed to the black nobility and the Gnostic Illuminati is necessary in order to solve this problem that we're all facing, which was that government in the West was hijacked by a satanic cult. And more specifically, and this is very important, it's what's known traditionally as the Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Okay. I call them the Khazarian Mafia. They also are known as the Jewish sect Chabad. They actually believe that it was up to them to carry out the end times prophecies. You don't wait for God to do it. We do it. And they actually believe they had to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. And they say in their own teachings that each Jew will have 2,800 slaves. And so this sect needs to be removed. They're not Jewish. They're Satanists. And they are, they are the source of the problem. There really was a group that was trying to start World War III. They're religious fanatics. You cannot argue with these people. They have to be removed.
Wow, there's a lot here in this small segment. I appreciate you coming on, Ben. I know you're busy.
All right, I'll conclude. Just say, believe it when you see it. We're not going to, say, oh yeah, everything's going to be fine, pie in the sky. We want to see it here and now. We don't want to just.
But we have good indicators right now. But there are
lots of good indicators.
Okay, so the next thing we should see is Biden being removed.
Yeah, for so-called documents. And then Pope Francis. Those are the two things to watch for. And then Trudeau in Canada. Watch.
And Trudeau also?
Yeah, he murdered his brother and he's being blackmailed and he's destroyed Canada. So yeah, he has to go. And Freeland, his Nazi co-host or whatever you want to call it, the co-chancellor, she has to go.
Well, Ben, where can people find you?
BenjaminFulford.net. Your subscriptions support my activities and are most welcome.
You're awesome.